Hello everyone and welcome to the 2015 US Junior Closed Chess Championship, coming to you live from the beautiful Central West End in St. Louis, Missouri, directly from the Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis. I'm Aviv Friedman, and to my left is local Grandmaster Ben Finegold. Hi Ben.
Hi everyone.
A five-time participant in this very event himself. And yeah, we're just about to start our first round of this live broadcast. And we have quite a list of participants, don't you agree, Ben?
No, this is an amazing field. We have several players rated over 2,500, and we have one over 2,600. The highest rated player is GM-elect Jeffrey Xiong, still an IM, but waiting for confirmation, rated 2606, a very rare appearance in the US Junior 2,600
Maybe
player.
the highest ever.
Yeah, I mean, just amazing. I remember when I played in the Junior in 1984, the highest rated player was 2,500, and he was the highest by over 100 points.
Maxim
Delugi, yeah. Well, a close second is Chandra, also an IM, but soon to be a GM, I assume, 2589.
2 GM norms, right?
Yeah, I mean, very strong player. These are the two favorites in the tournament. The third highest rated player is Bodak. For some reason, not an IM, but this happens a lot in the US. The juniors aren't getting norms, but they're winning a lot of games. Their USCF rating is super high.
He actually told me that he has all 3 norms in the rating,
Yeah.
and he's just waiting for the FIDE Congress to approve his title.
Okay, so he might get the title at the
elect.
same time as Jeffrey Xiong
Exactly.
at 25-27. Only 1 point behind is Luke Harmon-Vellotti, who's played in this event several times, 25-26, one of the favorites as well.
Yes.
And we have Rufeng Li, a FIDE master, again, over 2,500, almost unheard of in any other country, but this happens in the US, and we expect these players to all be GMs probably in the next 3 or 4 years.
Right, and of course all these that we're seeing are UCF ratings,
Yeah.
different from the FIDE ELO ratings. Next on the list we have IM Yan Liu from California with a 2501 rating, already got his IM title. Next on the list is Arthur Shen from my home state of New Jersey. He is already has all his norms for the IM title. I think he has 3 or 4, but his rating went down a little bit, so he's waiting for it
Now
to
look,
get
we
over
can see the players
2400.
getting wanded here, which happens at the chess club.
Yes.
We make sure there's no electronic devices. All the players leave their cell phones at the front desk or in their hotel room or at home. And yeah, actually, usually they're wanding them downstairs, but this is the first round. So we get to see them getting wanded now.
Right, and
this
we
is
saw
very,
Michael Bodak, now we're seeing Rufeng Li.
and I think for most of these players, this is the first time they're getting wanded. So very
Most
interesting.
likely.
Yeah.
Safe for
Jeffrey
the airport.
Xiong, look at him. All relaxed. I get wanded every tournament. This is normal.
Yes, when he was 9, 10, 11, 12, he was always wearing the same hoodie,
Yeah.
looking the same.
And now
Very
he's the
cool.
highest rated player in the tournament.
Yes. Very impressive player, I have to tell
Look
you.
at Tony Rich looking for somebody to wand. Anybody.
Yeah. And here is a view of the conference room here at the Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis. Beautiful wooden boards with DGT boards. And back we go to the list. And we're going to talk about Mika Britten from Massachusetts, boasting a 2457 rating. He's a national master. I think he told me he has 1 norm.
It's amazing. When I played at 84, he would have been the second highest rated player by a lot. And now he's rated 8th.
Number 8.
Wow.
Next on list is 2-time world champion for his age group, A. Wonder Liang, a FIDE master from Wisconsin with a 2421 rating. Also in pursuit of his IM title, I believe he has 1 or 2 norms. And last but not least is the winner of the US Junior Open and the winner of the, I guess, the seed card to this event, Kuran Han from Houston, Texas, with a 2211 rating.
Yeah, and the 2 lowest ranked players are playing in the first round. It's the first time for both of them playing in the junior championship.
Right. Many of our players have played here before. Some of them haven't. And we
here's
see
the
the
handshake.
handshake. Yes, and the round is off.
Tony Rich making sure all the clocks are set properly and that everybody's starting. You have to push the center button for the only time in the game.
Indeed.
And we're going to see some really interesting chess, especially in the first round. It's not going to be like, oh, it's the first time, I have to play careful and play for equality. We don't see that in the US
No, we
Junior
don't. I think we see it
Championship.
at the Sinkville Cup. We see it at the US Championship, close championship. I think in junior events, they're going for the gusto immediately.
And the first, okay, obviously the prizes are quite good. The cash prizes, it's the biggest cash prizes ever for the junior championship. If I remember correctly, this is better than the 1994 US Championship I played in. These prizes are even better. But possibly even more important is the winner goes to next year's US Chess Championship. What an amazing first prize.
An amazing opportunity, a guaranteed prize and a guaranteed chance to play against some of the country's best. How often are you going to play Nakamura, Caruana, and so?
I was just going to say.
And in one event.
Amazing, yeah.
This is
next year's US Championship, that's the tournament to play in.
I think this is a good MasterCard commercial.
Priceless.
Priceless, exactly.
Priceless.
So talk a little bit about the prize fund itself. I know that the first prize has been doubled since last year.
That's right. The prize fund for this event is over $20,000, which is also a great incentive other than going to the U.S. Championship.
Definitely.
First prize, $6,000. Second prize, $4,000. $3,000 for third, and even last place, 10th place, is $500. So each player is guaranteed at least $500. I'm sure they're all going for the $6,000 and the seed into the U.S. Championship
Absolutely.
next year.
This is just too precious to pass on. And let's talk a little bit about the time control in the event. It's 90 minutes for the first 40 moves,
Right.
with then the rest of the game in 30 minutes, with an increment of 30 seconds starting on move 1 all the way to the end.
That's correct. So these games, if they go all the way to the end, will go somewhere between 5.5 hours, unless we get like a 150 move game, which I myself have been guilty of. In the U.S. Championships in 2006 and 7, I made sure the production team didn't get to go to dinner until 10 o'clock. So I had some long games in those tournaments. Hopefully they won't punish us like that.
Tell us a little bit about that. Was that a long queen ending with queen?
Actually, I had a long queen ending against Irina Krush. It was queen and bishop versus queen. I was down a piece, but there were no pawns. That game took quite a long time. I had rook and knight versus rook against Salvius Birchis, 146 moves, and Josh Friedel, rook and 3 against rook and 2, 153 moves. All games draw, but nobody got to eat.
Wow. I hope you weren't paid by the move, man.
Exactly. I hope I was.
So why don't we start looking at the games? And we'll start with our feature game of the round. I'm seeing a matchup between Luke Harmon-Vellotti against Akshay Chandra.
And we see a very common opening, especially at the Super Grandmaster level, the Grunfeld.
Very popular everywhere.
And is Luke already thinking on move 4?
I don't believe he was surprised, but maybe he is checking his preparation.
No, okay. He's played. He actually.
He moved already.
Yeah, he played knight f3,
Okay.
bishop g7, and this is actually a line that I used to play. Okay, I've played it recently. My funniest time that I played knight f3 and bishop g5 was against Sam Shankland. He was just starting to play the Grunfeld, and after the game, which was drawn in about 15 moves, he said, yeah, this is terrible for white. This gives white no advantage. You have to play something else.
Yes, you gotta like Sam and his very decisive statements, right?
Yeah.
Yesterday I was playing Blitz against the Shen brothers, and I played some variation where the quote was, Sam Shankland said that this variation is dead. So he's very, very adamant about his openings, and very good at them, I have to admit.
Yeah, okay, the players actually are playing quite quickly. Knight e4, the main move. Okay, when I've had white in this position, I've played c takes d5, which is one of the main moves. And the main line goes knight takes g5, knight takes g5, e6, and the queen is attacking the knight. And so we can either play knight f3 or queen d2. I've played them both, but not on the same game. Interesting variation is queen d2, queen e3 check. The king goes to f8, so the d pawn is protected. And now we threaten checkmate. You ever had this position with either side?
Only in Blitz.
Only in Blitz.
Yes.
And do your opponents always fall for queen takes f7?
No,
mate?
never.
They never fall for
Although
that?
they've fallen for other tricks, yeah.
Fall for other tricks, okay.
Yes.
That's good. And I've had this position with white, and more commonly, if we go back before queen d2, I've played the move knight f3, takes, and Aviv, I'll give you a quiz right away, put you on the spot,
Yeah.
and we didn't talk about this before. Yeah. What is the most famous game played in this position?
Oh my goodness.
It has to do with somebody who usually sits in this chair.
I'm guessing it's Yasser.
It is Yasser.
But
And it was at
against
an Olympiad, and he beat Gary Kasparov.
Oh yeah, against Kasparov.
Against
of course.
Kasparov, and he was slightly worse maybe in an endgame, and
Right.
Kasparov knew he had to win for the Soviets to beat the
he
USA.
had to take some risks. And
So and then
ended
the
up losing
risk
in
didn't work out.
in
Yeah,
endgame,
and the USA beat the USSR, and Kasparov lost to Saruhan.
Right.
So that was in this position. Now let's go back because white didn't play c takes d5. White played a more common move now, bishop to h4. Yeah. And knight takes c3, b takes c3, d takes c4. And it looks like the move e3 was played.
Yes.
And we're, of course, trying to win our pawn back with bishop takes c4 and have a beautiful center. It's a very asymmetrical kind of position, one that we're more likely to see a decisive result than a draw. And this is the kind of fighting chess that we expect in the junior.
Absolutely. A very asymmetrical position. Why don't we jump to our next game? And here we have
Wow, speaking of exciting chess.
Yan Liu.
Wow, that's an
against
early
Arthur Shen.
that's an early g4. Okay, so let's go back.
Yes.
Obviously it's a Sicilian. Okay, e4, c5. And is this going to be a Najdorf? A6?
is, yes.
Okay, Najdorf Sicilian. White has many moves here. In the 60s and 70s, everybody played bishop g5 and f4. People started playing the Sozin a lot, bishop c4, and even f4 is a move. And for those of you who are local here to St. Louis, Missouri, g3 is a very common move played by Jalen Ding, a young master here, who maybe went to one of your camps once. Yeah. Okay, so bishop e2, Karpov would be proud.
Yes.
Although, I don't think White played like Karpov the next few moves. Bishop e2 sort of safe and solid.
Right. E6.
Bishop e3, everybody's happy. And now immediately f4.
I'm almost sure that in the previous game between the two, those very same players, White played g4 instead of f4.
Oh, in this position instead of f4?
I'm almost certain. I mean, I think, I'm not sure if bishop e3 was already in, but there was a bishop e2 followed by a g4 in this line.
But this definitely wasn't Karpov playing White.
No, definitely not.
No, Karpov's castling and playing as slowly as possible. Yes. And these are a lot of great games in the 70s and early 80s where Karpov would suffocate his opponent. For those of you who are interested, one of my favorites is the game Karpov-Spassky. And I don't know what Spassky did wrong, but he resigned really early.
Yeah.
Just got sort of smushed.
Yes.
Okay, so we don't see that in the junior. We're going to see f4 and g4. Very exciting. And yeah, actually, we had the opening ceremony last night, and unlike the U.S. Championship and the Sinquefield Cup, there was some blitz chess going on, even between brothers, Arthur and Victor. And I think Ilan Liu was playing blitz chess with Arthur or Victor.
That's right, so both of them, yes.
Yeah, I wonder if they were preparing for their game today.
Yes, they were mentioning they were playing each other. But this did not occur on the board. I was sitting next to them.
Ah, okay, good.
But here, see that he's sending the troops right away.
Wow, f4 and g4, leaving the king on
g5
e1.
is coming.
Yeah. So this might be our game of the day. I'm always worried when it's very aggressive and big sacrifices in the opening. That sometimes they get perpetual check or something, and the games that look boring at the beginning get really exciting in time trouble. But it's hard for me to believe that this game isn't going to be really exciting.
Now we're still believers.
F4, G4.
We're going to aim for a decisive game, decisive result.
Yeah, they're not monkeying around. We're believers.
Oh, no.
Exactly.
So, next game, please.
And here we have
Liu against Michael Bodak. And let's see the game from the start.
This looks like some kind of dragon.
It does.
I hope I'm right.
I think it does.
We got a lot of Sicilians going on.
It's definitely a dragon. It looks like a dragon with 9 castles long. Let's see.
I can do it. I know I can. Okay, here we go. Knight f6, g6. It is a dragon. Yes. And in this tournament, I think when we see dragons, and we're going to see plenty of them, I think White's going to castle queenside for the most part.
I'm willing to bet on that.
We're going to see lots of Yugoslav attacks.
Yes.
Okay, queen d2 instead of bishop c4, and then castles instead of bishop c4. Yep. And actually, there was a game played yesterday in one of these Super GM tournaments I was watching that actually went this way, d5.
And the principal move after White omits bishop c4.
White played queen e1 in the game I saw yesterday. In fact, there was no result. It was moved 20-25, and I stopped watching, and it was about equal. So I actually don't know what happened. Okay, so king b1. Well, this is probably the third most common move, because I know they play queen e1, but they also just take everything.
They take on d5.
Yeah, they just take everything and vacuum the board. And one game that ended very quickly that I happened to be watching was at the Spice Cup when it was in Texas. There was a game, Wesley So, Ray Robson. And Wesley So, after playing about 21 moves of theory, by move 25 he was already winning. And he played the line where you just take everything.
Right.
You take on d5, and then you take on c6, and you keep taking. Every move you take something. And then I believe queen c7 is the move. And they were playing one of these lines where you keep moving the queen. You just move the queen every move. And if you have a database with you, there's a game So Robson, Spice Cup, maybe 4 years ago. And, well, White was just a pawn up in the endgame and won pretty easily. So I think it was just good preparation by Wesley.
I actually have very good memories from this variation. The one and only time I coached Hikaru Nakamura at a certain tournament was at the 2000 Oropesa World Youth, my first World Youth ever. And he was playing a Chinese player whose name I'm not sure of. And he didn't have anything very concrete against the dragon, and that was very topical, so I recommended for him to take the pawn. And at the time, much less was known about it. Now, of course, there's queen b7, queen b8. and he just won handily. He just won an effortless game.
Yeah, this is really a Hikaru type position. Double edge, the material is imbalanced, opposite side castling. It really plays to his strengths.
Definitely.
Yeah, forces the opponent to play accurately right away.
Absolutely.
Okay, so we didn't see this in this game. Instead of taking on d5 or queen e1, white followed one of my favorite rules. Always play king b1. Okay, king b1. The king is always better on b1 when you castle queenside for several reasons. When you castle kingside, your king is already on the side of the board defending your h-pawn or your a-pawn.
Right.
And the white king on c1 can get in trouble by bishop h6 check, by a rook on the c-file, by the a2 pawn hanging.
Sure.
And sometimes even queen takes queen is check on d2, and we can play some tricky move. So now none of those things can happen. The king is much better on b1. And now we even have c1 for the bishop or the rook later if need be. And if that happens later, I'll go back to this point.
Right. And for our viewers, it's good to note that the natural move d takes e4, which black intended to play before king b1, is now out of the question.
Yeah, now queen takes d2 is not check.
Exactly.
So we play as Zwischenzug, knight takes e7 check.
Yes.
And then we take the queen.
Becomes very expensive from black's
looks like white's now up a piece. I don't know which way to take. I'm torn.
I don't think it's very...
I know, I'm up a piece, so I don't really care.
Yeah.
Right. So king b1 prevents black from playing d takes e4. Sort of the same idea as queen e1.
Right.
Where you just can't take on e4.
Right.
So king b1, obviously a very common move. Black played very quickly, transposing maybe into some kind of Chinese dragon with rook b8. A move that's played usually before d5 in the bishop c4 lines. So we're sort of mixing systems, trying to confuse the commentators. I don't know why they would do that. Okay, white played h4.
Right.
This obvious dragon move. And now black played e5. And even though black may lose the center pawn, his rook is on b8. He's waiting for the b file to be opened, which was obliged.
Absolutely. And as we well know, in the case of opposite side castling, the most important element is the element of time, well above material. Oftentimes we see opponents give a pawn, 2 pawns, an exchange, sometimes a whole piece, just to open up diagonals and lines in front of the king.
Exactly, and I was thinking a lot of variations, white's playing bishop c5, and often he's just giving the rook. Because we get the dark squares, we get time, and we don't care so much about material more than checkmating the king and getting advanced pawns.
Absolutely.
So I was going to say we have a really sharp game, the previous game with f4 and g4.
And here we have another one.
This may be even sharper.
Yes.
So do we have any more moves? It looks like white played e takes d5.
Okay.
And now black has a choice. I mean, normally you would just take back, but with the b file open, maybe we have some other moves like e4 or queen a5 or bishop f5 and try to get an attack on the white king before just taking back. And since black is thinking, I'm guessing maybe the players are out of their prep. I actually don't know the moves.
I hope
b1,
not.
Rook b8.
No, rook b8. I know king b1, but I don't know what the move after it.
Right, but okay, the rook looks really well placed on b8.
Yes,
This
especially
seems like
in this
it worked
variation.
out well. Yeah.
So I'm assuming they're still prepared, or else.
Or else. And I'm wondering, I always see this in lower rated, I only see it in lower rated player games and really high rated player games, not in the middle.
That's
if
right.
white's ever going to play bishop takes a7.
Oh, I don't think so.
Come on, a pawn is a pawn.
I always tell my students there are some openings that you can improvise in. The dragon and the knight are not.
Yeah.
Don't belong.
Do
to
you
that
give them the
category.
book How to Train Your Dragon?
I don't have that yet.
Okay, well,
No.
it's in pre-published.
So a little birdie is whispering to me to go to A Wonders game. Can we somehow get
What?
there?
That game's already finished? No, I'm kidding.
Now let's take a look what's going on there. And we have a typical King's Indian structure.
Okay, and this is the first time either one of them has played in this event. We have the lowest rated player versus the youngest player. And it started out as an English, and white played d4. Transposing into a King's Indian. And this is the same-ish variation. I've played this with white. I've played everything with white. And in fact, there was a time when I was only playing the King's Indian, and coincidentally, in the Chicago Open about 5 years ago, in a 7-round tournament, 6 of my games were King's Indians. So, and I think I might have had a same-ish. Okay, so castles. Now, when I played this same-ish often, I played bishop to g5 because it was less common. Everybody else played bishop e3, and knight ge2 was played. And in fact, without the move f3, sometimes white plays knight e2, knight g3, bishop e2, which is a favorite of Seattle Grandmaster Gregory Serper.
Correct.
But this is sort of mixing the two systems, and white isn't deciding yet where to put his bishop on c1. e5. not often seen in the same-ish. Sometimes we see the burn variation, c6, a6, b5.
Right.
Sometimes we see c5. That seems pretty common nowadays. Okay, so e5 takes advantage of the fact that white hasn't played bishop g5 yet, so there's nothing really that dangerous.
Do you want to explain why?
And now
By the way,
bishop
it might be
g5.
worth to explain why.
Yeah, so
if instead of knight g2, bishop g5, then e5 is out.
Yeah, after early bishop g5 is in the same-ish, e5 is incredibly risky because we already have the pin on the knight. And after knight to d5, we have threats on c7 and f6.
Pretty expensive.
Yeah. So the fact that white played knight ge2 first and didn't play bishop g5 means that black does have the option to play e5. And black often plays e5 when white's playing bishop e3 lines.
Yes.
Okay, but after e5, then a wonder played bishop to g5. So this position I'm not very familiar with because when I played bishop g5, I did it before knight e2.
Looks like a mix of two systems.
Yeah, and it seems like it should be fine. But again, when you sort of mix systems and it's not clear what the move order is, then people are usually out of their preparation early, and we get to see exciting chess. And I say it a lot in the women's championship, I'm looking for 5 decisive games today. No draws.
We'll remember that towards the end.
Exactly. Well, or we'll forget if that's better.
We'll hold you.
We'll either remember or forget depending on the results.
Very well. I promise to do so.
So what do you think of this position? Do you think opening turned out well for white or for black, or we don't know yet?
I think it's too early to tell. I think that white is playing confidently and black is starting to think a little bit. Maybe he did not expect that. And okay, the position looks very normal. The question is, what plan is he going to choose? Is he going to put his knight on c6? Is he going to put his knight on d7? Is he going to make a preliminary move with h6 first to attack the bishop? Well, I guess we'll figure that out.
Yeah, because I've seen many same-ish games, and I have to say I haven't seen this position before. Not this exact position.
No.
Yeah. So yeah, I think Yasser would like white because it's white in a King's Indian.
Right.
But otherwise, not so clear. Maybe if he was playing John Nunn, he would disagree. Okay, and the game between Jeffrey Xiong, the highest-rated player in the tournament,
Let's go there.
is playing another looks like really sharp Sicilian.
And he's playing against Mika Butin.
And this looks actually familiar, strangely familiar. I think I'm playing black. Yeah, he's even playing the same move order as me.
Wow.
Most of the grandmasters play d6, and then they play knight c6, but this is actually the move order that I play.
Yes, queen d2,
And I've had black in this position more times than I can remember. a6, and I used to play only bishop e7. I've been playing a6 lately. Castles, bishop to d7. I've had this position many times. f4, h6. And yeah, I lost a crazy game to Lev Milman where he played bishop h4 in a US championship many years ago. I believe knight takes e4, queen e1.
g5.
I think I played knight f6, knight f5. And I made a really early mistake, one that's like known to be a mistake. And I just got crushed. And then I learned the line afterwards, and since I've forgotten, because I wouldn't play this anymore. Okay, but actually I've played h6 since, and my opponent, like Jeffrey, played bishop takes f6.
Right.
And I believe I played g takes f6 in the game that I'm thinking of that I played, and my opponent made some crazy move like knight f5, and I won pretty easily.
Took it.
Yeah, of course. And I looked up later and I noticed there was a game Kasparov had played with black, which I believe he won, and he played queen takes f6. So if I remember correctly, this is a Kasparov game from like 15 years ago, and Jeffrey played knight to f3.
Right, because otherwise there'll be massive trades on d4.
And okay, white has more space, and black's queen on f6 is a little funny.
Right.
And black is
has
a
two
bit
bishops.
passive, but black has 2 bishops. Right, exactly. Typical Sicilian position. And wow, we have a lot of Sicilians today.
Yes, that's a good sign, I think.
Yeah, the players are really going to start fighting today.
I like that.
And
So
yeah,
black has to do something
see,
about the move e5 right now.
Yeah, I don't see a big advantage for anybody yet. Right, white wants to play e5, and we can't take on e5 because there could be a checkmate on d7.
Right, so maybe something to d8. Or
Yeah, usually I don't like my queen on f6, so I would normally play something like queen to
Queen
d8.
back to d8.
Yeah, maybe you can play g5 here if it's the junior championship. He's not a junior anymore.
No.
See, I played in 5 juniors. I played moves like g5.
There you go.
Although that's why you haven't seen me playing lately.
But I'm pretty certain we're not going to see g5.
Not going to see g5?
No.
Okay.
That's a bit much.
But there's some kind of crazy variations. Yeah, that is, I mean, if I was black, the first move I would consider is queen d8 because I don't like my queen on f6.
Right.
Bishop e7, castle, b5, and just
Eventually tried to spring out.
Yeah, play a game where I have two bishops and my opponent has more space. It's very double-edged. It's, again, much more likely we'll see a decisive result than a draw, which is
right
in
now,
every
that's
game
what
we
the game
don't
is
see any
doing.
long maneuvering, boring openings. We're seeing excitement right out of the
No
gate.
Joker Panissimos here today.
No. And Jeffrey, I mean, at such a young age, I think this is his fourth tournament, maybe, his fourth junior. He's played in so many junior championships. So, and I think starting in a year or two, he'll be playing in a lot of U.S. championships.
I'm sure of that.
Try to go for the record.
Yep.
Playing 30 or 40 U.S. championships.
It's really fun to see those kids because, again, I had the pleasure of working with Jeffrey on several World Youths. And he and his family, just wonderful people from Texas, and always such a gentleman, such a cool customer. No matter the result, he's always the same poker face, always very, very calm. And this is also something that not only his own nature, but his upbringing is very relaxed, very calm, very good family atmosphere. And it really reflects positively on his game.
No, I think this is really good for your chess when you're really calm. And there's a picture of Jeffrey right now walking around.
Yep.
He doesn't look too scared. And it looks like, with the hoodie, as you pointed out.
That's right.
Yeah.
He looks like he's having a good time.
Yeah, and his opponent looks like he's getting into his first big think here.
Yeah, he's
and
in
this
the big
usually
time.
happens in the rounds. For those of you who are going to be watching every day, which I assume is all of you,
course.
the first 20, 30 minutes, lots of moves are being played, and then move 12 to 15, usually the players are out of their preparation. And usually for the first move out of their prep, there's just a very long think, which is the way you should play chess. The position is unfamiliar, and you're like, wait a minute, I don't know this position. Why don't I know it?
Absolutely. This is the time to start thinking, not after making a hasty move and regretting
Exactly, yeah.
Yes.
And so these players are all pretty calm, and they're all very thoughtful about what they're going to do, even though they're very young. They're all very experienced.
Very experienced.
Yeah. And players are a lot more experienced now than they used to be at this age. It used to be, if you could play one tournament a month, that was lucky, maybe once every 2 months. But there's so many chess tournaments now, and there's so much you can do online, and so much you can do with coaches, that there's just a lot of chess knowledge at a very early age, and we see grandmasters younger and younger, like Jeffrey Xiong.
Absolutely. When I was more active, I remember there was just one 9-round event in the US, and that was the World Open.
World Open, yeah.
Now they have made so many other events that used to be shorter. They made them 9 rounds.
And
for
some
sake
at
of
this
norms.
chess club right here, we have norm tournaments
Exactly.
usually twice a year.
Exactly.
In fact,
And,
there's a norm tournament right after the U.S. Junior Championship, starting the very next day.
Yes, I know.
And I believe 2 or 3 of the juniors are playing to try to get IM and GM norms.
That's right. That's right. So now you have places like Foxwoods, and you have another Philadelphia tournament, the Philadelphia Open, and even the tournament in Vegas that used to be 6 or 7 rounds is now 9 to avail norms.
The North American Open end of December.
That's
yeah.
right, and you
That's
have many
right. They made
foreign
some
GMs that are
tournaments.
coming to those
They made
events.
some tournaments. And also, this is very unusual. The World Open has a norm tournament right before the World Open called the DC International, also
Right.
9 rounds. And for the local players here, and the players who watch our broadcast a lot, local player Matt Larson actually played in both. He played 18 FIDE rated games in 10 days.
And I heard that he gained a lot of rating points.
He gained over 50 rating points FIDE in the first event, and I didn't see the FIDE breakdown in the second event, the World Open, but he broke even on USCF. So his USCF went up in one event and the same in the other, and his FIDE I think went up in both. But 18 FIDE rated games in 10 days. You ever done something like that?
Not lately, no. So a cool shout out for our local fan, Matt Larson.
Our local hero.
Yes.
Yeah.
And a former participant in this event, of course.
Yeah.
Yes. Let's move on to another game that we haven't seen yet.
Have we looked at all the games? We haven't seen
No.
Ru Feng Li and Michael Bodak?
No, we have seen it, yes.
Oh, so I think we've seen all the games so far.
Okay,
So let's go
start
back
from the
around the
top.
horn.
Yes.
Let's see Luke's game with Akshat. Again, 2 of the favorites in this tournament, the second highest rated player playing the 4th highest rated.
And we're having a checkers type position. Let's see why.
Well, that's good, because my chess has been sort of weak lately. So after E3, attacking the pawn on C4,
Black decides to hold on.
they don't give up the pawn so easily here.
No.
And he played the move B5. Let's go back so I can go forward. No, that doesn't work. All right, let me try again. Okay, there we go. So again, we'll look at the opening. It was a Grunfeld, knight E4, bishop H4 is the most popular move now. And after taking on C4 and the move E3, Black decided, I want to keep my pawn.
That's right.
And played the move B5. The other move that's very common is bishop E6, defending the pawn another way. And if I remember correctly, a lot of guys are
bishop
playing...
B5, E4?
Yeah, we see knight G5, and also we see queen B1 sometimes. And the idea is to attack the B7 pawn, and also we're ready to play E4 defending, yeah. So I think I think queen b1, rook b1 were common moves after bishop e6, but black played the move b5, a4, following another one of my rules. Always play a4 when they play b5.
The direct attack on the b pawn.
And c6. And for those of you at home, a6 looks like it defends the pawn, but it doesn't do a good job. Because after we take, the a pawn is pinned. We can't take back.
Slightly inconvenient. Because
the rook is hanging. We see this a lot in Queen's Gambit accepteds and different kinds of Queen's Gambits and in the Catalans. So we know that a6 just doesn't work there. However, c6, that's a better choice.
Yep.
Bishop to e2, not going to win the pawn back immediately, but quick development, quick castling. And we can see white has 3 pieces developed and black only has 1. Black has an extra pawn, but can he keep it? And can he stop white from dominating the center? That's why the Grunfeld is such a popular opening. It's a real battle of ideas.
Absolutely.
a6, giving more protection to the pawn, and bishop b7, which is important for protecting the rook on a8. So now if white does decide to take on b5, black actually has a choice. C takes or a takes, because the rook is defended. Although I'd probably take with a c pawn. I like my bishop on the nice open diagonal.
So we can anticipate maybe something going to b1 shortly, right?
Yeah, either queen to b1 or rook to b1, exactly, threatening the pawn on c4 because of the pin. And another idea for white is to just advance in the center.
Yeah, e4,
maybe e5, and start attacking the black king.
Knight d2, knight e4.
Yeah, and this reminds me a lot of these like Geller Gambit positions in the Slav, where we're sacrificing a pawn. Black gets this sort of strange pawn structure on the queen side, but black's like, hey, I'm a pawn up, so it's all good.
If he consolidates, he will cash in eventually.
Yeah, okay, but white has a ton of compensation, and to be honest, I'm more familiar with bishop e6, I think, than b5. So Akshat trying something maybe a little different. And, well, time-wise, it looks like they're both relatively familiar with the position. They've both been playing relatively quickly.
Yes, Luke hasn't even used hardly any time.
Yeah.
So.
And again, based on previous junior championships, I haven't been to a lot of tournaments with Luke. He likes these kind of sharp, double-edged, crazy positions. I think he excels in them. He doesn't like boring, tedious, and somebody's slightly better. This is a Harmon-Vellotti type position.
Although I must confess that while I was looking for puzzles, which we will see starting tomorrow, hopefully, in our intermissions, I saw some of his games, and I was looking for flashy games. And twice I saw a game where he won a knight ending with even number of pawns with nothing, just squeezing his opponent in boa constrictor type.
Yeah, it's not surprising that the juniors, even in equal positions and positions we might think of offering or agreeing to a draw, they just don't do that. They fight to the bitter end in every position.
He likes to play. Even if it's dead equal, he'll play on. So next on the list, we have
we have our Sicilian. Exactly, we have our Sicilian.
And our Sicilian has gotten mad.
Yeah, so after g4, black immediately attacked in the center with the move d5.
Just like any good scholastic textbook will say.
Yeah, when they play on the flank, you attack in the center.
And he does.
White doesn't want the center open. He wants it closed so he can attack, so e5. And black decided to play aggressively, shocking for the junior tournament. Instead of retreating with knight fd7 or knight e8, he played knight to e4.
Very exciting.
If it was black's move, bishop h4 check looks pretty good.
Right.
So he takes the knight.
That looks pretty forced, yes.
And now pawn to c3. This indicates to me he's not only solidifying the knight, maybe he's going to move his queen and try to castle queenside.
And what about that aforementioned bishop h4 check?
And he played b5.
He passed on it. I wonder why.
Bishop h4 check. Well, in that case, king d2 looks a little funny to me.
So king f1, king g2, and castle by hand?
We could do that, or we could play bishop f2, although I would think king f1.
King f1.
Yeah,
bishop f2 he takes, and the queen comes in.
And the king's pretty safe going to g2.
I suppose so,
And then black has to be careful because g5 might trap his bishop.
Yes.
So, yeah, it was a decision. He could have played it, but instead he decided to play on the queen side since he's already played a6.
Right.
He played the move b5. Not only does he gain space and sort of make it difficult for white to castle queenside, also he can play bishop b7 later and defend his pawn on e4. Pawn on e4 is pretty annoying. It takes away the d3 and f3 squares for white.
I agree. Also, when you look at the white clock, you tend to believe. He played fast, he played confidently. It's very unlikely that an IM at this level will make an outright blunder. So if he allowed bishop h4 check, there's got to be a good reason not to play it. And indeed, when you look at king f1, king g2, you tend to understand why.
Yeah, and it's funny because, like, even though I haven't seen this variation, since obviously white's playing f4, g4, he had to be ready for d5.
I'm sure of it.
Otherwise, you're not looking for the most boring passive move. You're looking, how can my opponent try to refute?
Right.
You analyze the sharp variations and make sure that you're ready.
That's right. And he reacted quickly, so yeah.
Very
Okay.
interesting position because black doesn't have a lot of development, but it's not really clear to me where white's king is going.
Yeah.
So I guess we're going to find out in the next few moves.
I'm sure of that. And let's go on with our Sicilian expedition.
This looks like the
This looks like
aforementioned
aforementioned
dragon. Yeah. And what
And we got-
happened? Okay, so he did take back on d5, and there were wholesale trades. Every move was a capture.
Right.
Okay, so white is a pawn ahead, and he has to hope that his king on b1 is safe. e4 with a discovered attack on the b2 pawn. So if we take on e4, black
It's
has a
gonna really
pleasant
hurt.
choice of which way to take on b2.
So that's out.
We should do something about that. Normally they play b3 kind of moves here. Guess you could play bishop c1, but that's not really a junior move.
No.
Okay, bishop to d4. So that prevents the stuff on the long diagonal, though I'm sort of scared that my rook is on d5. Now,
But I
what's
suppose
the
the
time
rook on f8.
situation? It looks like he has a lot of time, so maybe still in his prep.
Most likely.
Yeah.
Well, you can tell that the rook on f8 is on take. So if
Yeah,
bishop
if
e6,
bishop e6, I can
then bishop
play-
g7.
Yeah. Rook d6 is probably safe, but this is definitely okay. And maybe we can throw in taking here, or is bishop d6 too good? Yeah, this is the junior chess where very
very scary.
complicated. Yeah, exactly. Okay, of course, white doesn't have to do this, although I think it is good for
Well,
white.
I think I could just.
Yeah, I think white can also play rook to d6 here. I think white has two good moves. Well, let's go back to this
That's true.
variation. What did you think? What did you think white could do?
I'm too scared to say it.
You don't have to be scared. Well, bishop d6 seems like a good
Yeah,
start.
bishop d6, rook d8, I guess.
Rook d8 or rook b6.
And
This looks like it's going to end up being white's going to be a pawn up, or even better. But it seems like the tricks
I
do
don't
work
see
for
how
black.
yet. Yeah.
I just wanted to take on f3 and be a pawn up. I don't think you can play bishop takes
Bishop,
f3
why
because I
not?
play rook h3.
Rook takes d6.
Ah, you're checkmating me.
Yeah.
But I am up a piece, so I'm going to do it anyway.
Do it.
No, okay, I
Okay.
pass. Bishop d3, draw
Yeah.
agreed, except the draw will never be agreed.
That's right.
Otherwise.
But it looks drawish.
Yeah. Okay, so that was our first fantasy variation of the round.
That's right.
Make
Hopefully
sure
the last.
something that'll never happen.
Yes.
And actually, yeah, up until here we have bishop to d4, and black is thinking. So I wonder if white's still in preparation and black is out of his prep.
It might die.
Because king b1 seems like a move. If you play it, you're going to know it better than your opponent because black is wondering what is white going to do, and white is focused only on king b1. So if we go back to after the move d5, white has many moves here. C d5, queen e1, king b1. So if white's only analyzing one move, king to b1, and black is analyzing all of them, he may know a few moves, may know some of the tricks, but white's probably more familiar.
Agreed.
Yeah. So we have this position after bishop d4, and black is having a think, and it's not so simple. It's not an easy position. White's up a pawn, and white still has to get out his bishop and rook on f1 and h1. White has a pass c pawn. But yeah, I think the onus is on black to prove that he has some compensation.
Right.
We might actually see something like this if he plays bishop to b7, because then moving the rook is a little more dangerous because f3 is already attacked. So then we might see this bishop g7, bishop d5, bishop f8.
It might happen. Well, bishop e6, rook d6, rook d8 is looking.
Ah, you're always checkmating me.
Yes,
Why are you
because of
doing
the
that?
mate thing.
Why are
Yeah.
you always checkmating me?
Well, I'm trying.
Yeah, so Aviv is suggesting that even rook d8 is good because if we trade rooks,
Yeah, then you
bishop
have
on
to just give
d4 is
up the
pinned
pawn.
because of rook d1 mate.
You have to play something like.
You have to play c3, but
C3, I guess,
black's
yeah.
not unhappy here.
No, he's definitely not.
No,
unhappy.
black is black's better for sure, and maybe white's
Right,
fighting
this is
for
just
a draw.
asking for it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that fantasy variation, which we promised not to repeat, might be the best.
Maybe.
After bishop e6, bishop g7, bishop takes d5.
Okay,
bishop
looks
takes
like he
d10.
took on f3 right away.
Okay,
That's
let's
something
see
we
how that
looked at.
happened.
Okay. Yeah, now if you take on g7,
you could
I could
take
take
on
on
G2.
g2. Yeah.
Okay,
If
very
you take
similar.
on f3, then bishop e7 is just winning the pawn, right? But there's a rook, and so
Right.
it seems like that should
Okay,
be
it's
okay
pretty
for
similar.
black.
I think this is.
Yeah. So taking on f3 is very reasonable, and I mean, if I was white and I was playing this super sharp, crazy line with bishop d4, this would still be in my prep, I hope. And the tough part is remembering it.
But I think this is going to peter out into a draw.
Yeah, I
I'm
think
going to go out on a very small limb and say that.
I think it might peter out to equality, but draw, that's going too far.
Yeah.
Equality is one thing, draw is another.
Yes, I'm still going to.
And we see a
Hazard
view
inside.
here of Rufeng Li, and seems like he's trying to remember his analysis. He's
Right,
looking
his
up in
opponent
the
is
air.
not even sitting at the board.
Yeah, he's thinking, I looked at this. What do I remember about this?
And I
You
hope
talk
he has
about-
something, because
Talk about a calm, cool customer.
yeah,
Yeah, he's not moving at all.
Rufeng is also very stoic.
Maybe Tony can shake him. You awake?
He's awake. He's awake.
Yeah. Okay, so
So
obviously
what is going to happen?
either out of his prep or he forgot his prep because he had tons of time and was playing very quickly, and maybe didn't look at e takes f3 or doesn't remember the analysis.
But it doesn't look like there's a whole lot to it, right? After bishop takes g7, I don't think he's going to go gf because of bishop e6 and rook d8 again.
Yeah, and the f3 pawn's just hanging. I think bishop b7 maybe.
Yeah,
Okay, no, he
bishop
just
b7.
played gf. I just saw him do it.
Okay.
G takes f3.
So what is he planning to play after?
Now is
bishop
Michael going to
b7?
play quickly because he looked at GF, or it looks like he's trying to remember his analysis. Everybody's turning into Ivanchuk nowadays. Nobody wants to look at the chessboard. He's like, yeah, he can hear me talking. He's like, who's saying that? Very unusual poses from the players. Well, I'm expecting bishop b7, and I think you're expecting bishop e6.
I think the Tita move makes sense.
Yeah.
But let's take a look. Let's take a deeper look.
Anything but looking at the board, that won't help at all. And the players
doubt.
obviously have the positions in their head, and they've been thinking and rethinking. And Gregory Kaidanov, the grandmaster from Kentucky, once told me when he's walking around during the game, he's always thinking about the game, and usually something new comes to him because he's not staring at the pieces. Sometimes you get sort of a fresh look at it when you're not looking at the board and just thinking in general terms.
That's right. I remember the first time I saw Vasily Ivanchuk in 1989 New York Open, and his trademark of sitting at the board and looking at anywhere but the board, mainly the ceiling, became a real trademark. And everybody was so amazed because he was doing it every game, the whole game, and winning every game.
Yeah.
And I think he won the tournament quite convincingly, New York Open '89.
If it was the New York Open that he won convincingly, I know he did it in '88, but he might have won in '89 also.
I thought it was '89, but
Well, okay, we can have the fans looking in for us.
yeah, I'm sure of it.
How could we misremember '88 and '89? What's wrong with us?
It's a few years ago.
Yeah. No, but I remember in that tournament, my good friend Ray Stone, who lived across the border in Canada, in Windsor. I live in Detroit at the time. He played Ivanchuk, I think, in the first round, and the opening was fine for Ray, and then
The rest wasn't fine.
It wasn't fine after that.
Yeah, it wasn't fine for a lot of players in that tournament.
Yeah. In '88 at the St. John World Chess Festival in February, a friend of mine asked Valery Salov, who's good in the Soviet Union that we don't know? Who's the secret? And he said Vasily Ivanchuk.
He knew what he was talking about.
That was a good secret. Yeah,
That was a very good
and then the guy won the
An
Open,
open secret.
and now he's been top 10 in the world for 20 years.
Yes.
Exactly. But yeah, he started, I think, this fad of not looking at the board ever. Why should you look at the board when you don't have to?
Yeah. Well, that's a trait that's not easy to follow. So in that very New York Open 1988, I've beaten my first grandmaster. You know who he was?
Arthur Bisgeier.
No.
Alexander Ivanov.
Somewhere even more famous.
Alexander Ivanov, because you've beaten him so many times.
That's true, but still more famous.
More famous.
I'll give you a hint. He was a candidate at one time.
Udasin.
And he lost 6-0 to Fischer.
Taimanov?
No, the other one.
Larson.
Ben
I know you
Larson.
beat Larson, I know.
Yeah.
I'd never
That's a
got to play
good.
Ben
That's a
Larson.
good grandmaster to beat in the first.
That is your good first grandmaster. That's true.
Can't forget it. I had to plug it. Sorry.
Yeah.
So, do we have any more games in that?
No, that's every game we've looked at.
Okay.
Okay. Now
So,
let's go.
on
Let's
we
go to
go.
the next game. Let's see. Now we do have a queenside castling. Both sides castle queenside. This might break the record for number of queenside castlings. It seems like everybody's doing it.
And Black did it, which is really unusual.
Yeah. So let's go back. After
Yes,
he
we
took
have
with the
take
queen
takes,
there,
knight f3.
he just castled queenside right away. Somehow I wasn't thinking of that. I'm always
Me
worried
neither.
that
It
b6
looks-
is a little tender. Seems
It
a little
looks really
scary.
ambitious.
It seems scary. Some white knight can come to b6. And the queen's going to be sort of funny the rest of the game. We can't go back to d8 and maybe go to the queen side. So castle seems like a real junior move, real aggressive.
Coffee house-ish.
Yeah, and maybe not the best, but maybe the trickiest. Okay, h4.
Okay, so h4.
Does he want to play knight g5? What's h4? Rook h3? Maybe it just stops g5. I was suggesting g5,
That's
and
right.
you were making a little fun.
Yeah, but that was
Jeffrey-
before
But
castle.
Jeffrey's like, wait a minute, h4, we have to stop g5. Yeah.
Well, and now he wants to play g4, g5 himself.
Right, and it's good to stop g5, I guess, because we don't want black to control the e5 square and play bishop g7 so easily.
Absolutely.
So h4 actually makes a lot of sense.
I agree.
Who would have thought the highest rated player in the tournament would make good moves? Okay, and then after h4, we have nothing.
Uh-huh.
We have a lot of thinking.
So this is current.
Yeah, and I think this is going to be our big time disparity this round. There's always one or two games where somebody's taking too much time. And
And you think that black is going to be the one who is...
yeah, it looks like he didn't know the position after knight f3, and after long castle h4, another long think. So yeah, I'm sort of scared about black's position because
looks a bit suspect, especially the two
b6
bishops
is
don't
weak.
look like they
Yeah,
have
I
great
want
future.
my queen on d8 to protect the queen side.
Right.
Bishop on f8 isn't going anywhere right now. White has a lot more space. And it seems like Jeffrey's really confident he's used less than 6 minutes to get to this position, which his opponent is unfamiliar with.
Right.
And that's, again, sometimes that's okay. It's sort of a slow maneuvering game.
Not in this position.
But yeah, in the Sicilian,
Sicilian.
sharp variations. And maybe bishop takes f6 isn't as common as bishop h4, and black was more familiar with that.
Right. Yeah, it looks like white can make a lot of useful moves in this position, and black is starting to run out. Like an innocent move like bishop e7, g4 just looks
Yeah.
really scary.
And it looks
there.
like he played g6.
Okay, that makes more sense.
Yeah. Now that g5
And still
is
anticipating
stopped.
g4, right?
Yeah, g4, g5, or also interesting to infiltrate on the queen side. But okay, bishop g7 I think is an idea for later, but again, it's hard to play because g6 is hanging. So I don't want to play queen g7. I want to play bishop g7, but I'm very worried about my d6 pawn. So it's very
That's
interesting
right.
what will happen the next 3 or 4 moves, how black's going to get his pieces out.
Right. So I'm really curious, what was his plan after g4? What is he going to play?
Yeah, if we can't play bishop to g7, that's very unfortunate, because I really want to do that and get some play on the queen side on that diagonal. Then maybe my queen on f6 isn't misplaced.
Yeah.
But it's hard to. In this opening, the reason black's playing a6, so quickly is to stop white from playing knight b5 and basically just winning the pawn.
Right.
And so, 95% of the time, that bishop's going to e7. It's not going to g7. So if it's going to e7, why play g6? And maybe he is going to play bishop e7, and now his queen won't get trapped. He has queen to g7. Just a funny square for the queen.
Yes, very
Funny
nice
square
one.
for all of his pieces, but at least he won't lose any of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think more normal would be to play queen to d8 and bishop to e7. That way we sort of control all the dark squares. We can castle kingside if we want to.
Yeah.
So this is an unusual way of playing.
I'm a bit concerned about black's position here.
Yeah.
After g4, bishop e7, g5, queen g7, the white queen is free from defending the f4 pawn, and I think it's going to start doing something on the g1, a7 diagonal. Perhaps queen f2 or queen e3 and combine it with the knight. I don't know. It looks a bit... black's position looks really, really cramped. It's going to take a lot of acrobatics to see bishop d7 do anything useful in this game.
Right, and I play the Sicilian with black, and I wouldn't be happy here. I play this variation specifically.
Yeah. You feel a little...
And this is one of the reasons
tight.
I play g takes f. I mean, that way my king can stay in the center. My opponent's not going to bust through on the king side because I have all my pawns there, and he did anyway. He just had to sacrifice a piece.
Yeah.
Okay, so
So-
it looks good for Jeffrey. Jeffrey has white.
Yeah.
He's the highest rated player. He's playing somebody who's playing for the first time. And here comes Jeffrey with queen e3 as we see him just play on the board.
Okay, so he's in no rush to play g4, and he's
Yeah.
doing the same idea of controlling the g1, a7 diagonal.
Right,
very
and I was
important
really
diagonal.
getting worried about this because the knight can come to b6, the queen can come to b6, and
And I think that knight c6 is not moving now because of queen
right,
a7.
and the rook is still on the d pawn, so we don't have to. We're still not worried about bishop g7. So yeah, Jeffrey's just chilling out, saying my queen's better on e3. I can play g4 later. I can play g3 later.
He might even play h5 at some moment, softening the position because g5 is now out.
Yeah.
The queen is also thinking as well of the g1, a7 diagonal. It's also controlling the c1, h6 one.
No, the queen's really well placed on e3.
Yeah.
Another idea is white can play knight d4 and try to trade the knights and get into a7.
Right,
Now we can
recapture with a rook,
and not
exactly,
trade
without
queens.
trading queens.
So white has a lot of good ideas here. White has a big time advantage, and probably black is a little bit nervous not playing in the juniors. And this is, Jeffrey just plays every year, and he's the favorite this year. Good to have white in the first round.
Definitely.
Before the broadcast, we thought black would be fine in the games, but now it's different.
Of course.
Now the games are on.
That's an inside joke that's going to be very hard to decipher.
Exactly, even for us.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's go see the lowest rated player versus the youngest player. We have a wonder with white, two-time world champion in the World Youth. Is he going to Greece this year?
I haven't heard the yes or a no, so
Okay.
I don't know.
So for those of you who don't know, the World Youth is an annual tournament. I guess they're going to start splitting it up soon in different age groups.
Next year, yes.
Okay, and so we have like the World Under 18, the World Under 16, and 14.
No. Well, it's right now. It's as you well know, because you have coached as well. It's under 8 all the way to under 18 as one
Right.
tournament, and next year they're going to have under 8, 10, and 12 in one tournament,
Mhm.
14,
And 16,
16,
in the
18,
other
and
one.
separate. They're
Yeah.
going to call it the cadet and the World Youth.
And generally, a wonder likes to take turns. He's the world champion, then he doesn't win. Then he's the world champion,
then he doesn't
and then
win.
last year he didn't
So
win.
he is due.
So now
He's due to play and
now
win
we're all set for
for a third. It'll be
And
nice if you can
and
do a
It's
hat
going to be in
trick.
Greece this year, October, November.
Yes, in Porto Karas, which is right by Thessaloniki.
Oh, cool. They had an
Same
Olympiad there
venue.
a long time ago,
They also have the World Youth in 2010 there.
Okay,
Same
cool.
event. Yeah.
right before I started going.
Yes.
Okay, so when we last looked, we saw bishop g5.
And he chose knight b7.
Normal move.
Yeah.
Queen to d2.
Also very thematic.
c6. This is looking like a King's Indian.
Mm-hmm.
And let's see, any new moves in c6? No, I think the players are on their own because there's so many possible variations of the King's Indian, and this is just one of them. And the white bishop could be on e3, and that's still theory.
Right.
And this is just, is white going to castle queenside, and we'll see sort of a crazy game? Or is white going to close the center, get his bishop off of f1 and castle kingside? It's a junior championship, so
Right. Anything can happen.
we're hoping for sort of wild and crazy chess.
Yeah.
And the players are really good tacticians. They really analyze the variations well.
I have to say that castle long looks a bit scary, no?
For everybody.
For everybody.
So you mean,
quick
you, mean
A6 and
you would be
B5
scared
and-
if you were white?
I would be, yes. D5 looks like a very thematic move in this position once they go C6. Well, we shall find soon.
Yeah, both players are taking their time now. So
Yeah.
this isn't preparation
Yeah,
anymore.
it looks like you're both on unfamiliar ground.
I played a Wonder Liang earlier this year in January in a tournament in Michigan with other strong players like Seth Homa. And actually, I was inducted into the Michigan Chess Hall of Fame there, but not for my play in that tournament. That reminds me of something funny. In 1984, I got an award from the Michigan State Senate because I went to Moscow. And in 1984, it was unusual for an American 14-year-old to go to
Right.
Moscow.
Yes.
And so I actually got a letter from the governor at the time, like, you went to Moscow, you're representing Michigan in the U.S. And I got an award from the Michigan State Senate, what a great chess player you are. That wasn't a good tournament. I was the highest rated player in the Michigan Open at the age of 14. I was like 2,300. Lost in round 1 to an A player, lost in round 2 to an A player.
Oh, wow.
But I won my last 5. I did a Caruana, but still lost
A reverse Caruana.
lost about 25 rating points going 5-2.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. Needed another point to win a prize.
So I'm thinking a trick for juniors to make a norm would be to invite you to a closed tournament.
That's a trick. That's a
Wait a
well-known
minute,
trick.
wait a minute. There's a second part to this trick. Make sure you're going to get an award during the event.
That's right.
And then guarantee the jinx.
I can always get an award in these events as the oldest player, so I won't have any problem.
That's true.
Yeah. In fact, they had a
There's
norm
the
tournament
idea.
here in November last year at the chess club. We had an IM norm and a GM norm tournament, and people got norms in both events. And I was the oldest player in my group by something like 40 years. I mean, I was much older. The average rating of the other players was like 19.
Were you playing in a
And I was,
nursery?
yeah, exactly. And I was 45. And in the other group, the IM group, I would have been the 4th oldest.
Wow.
So like somehow they put me in the wrong group, I think.
That's
I ended
tough
up getting 3rd place, so I got the
Not
bronze
too
medal.
bad. Not so
The
bad.
bronze medal, exactly. That's where Sevian became a GM because he
Uh-huh.
passed 2,500 by winning all
By a
of his
lot.
games.
You had what, 7.5 out of 9 or
Yeah,
something?
at least. Yeah.
Impressive.
Yeah,
Very
I
impressive.
helped him out too.
Yeah, we're missing them a little bit, right? We're missing Trof and Savian.
Yeah.
They played in this tournament before, but now they are.
Right, and I'm wondering if we're going to see them in next year's U.S. Championship. You never know with the ratings, or if we'll see
That's
them at the
right.
World Youth.
That's right.
These things
Well,
we
they
never
played
know.
in the last one,
Yeah.
so Maybe Jeffrey is going to join them as well, right? Rating-wise, it's not out of the question.
Yeah.
Okay, let's do another tour.
A tour de force?
A tour de games.
Okay, so white's made a few moves here.
Yes.
So after bishop to b7.
Yeah, the plan that we discussed before with knight to d2 and bishop f3 came to fruition.
Right, knight went to d2, knight
Another
d7,
one of those
bishop
logical
f3.
things. Yeah. And I still think that eventually something is going to come to b1. Again, with a little cheapo of something takes on c4. Before it was a bishop, now it's a knight. It's the same kind of idea.
But okay, like, I mean, if Peter Svidler was here doing great commentary, making us look bad, wouldn't he like black here, the Grunfeld player? He's a pawn up, and what's the problem?
Yeah, for Grunfeld, yeah, of
Yeah,
course.
I think
but it's a
Svidler would be
question of
very
style
happy
more
with
than
black.
just objectivity, right?
Yeah. No, but if Svidler played the Grunfeld and he got this position, I think he'd be pleased.
You would be happy.
Yeah, he's like, okay, I'm a pawn up.
It's
and
as
I
good
played
as it gets.
one of
you
my
know.
lines that I play.
Yeah.
And he would be here saying variation after variation after variation, confusing even the strongest of players.
Yeah.
So yeah, to me this looks like Chandra's just doing fine, and I mean, if I was him, I'd be pleased with this position.
Well, the burden of proof is definitely on white.
Yeah,
but
I can't really ask for more.
it's not easy to make progress as black. I think that he's in a sit and wait mentality, right?
Yeah, it
He
seems
cannot
very,
create
very,
anything.
Very
He just
calm, cool, and collected. He wasn't interested in winning the pawn back right away, just in slowly improving his position.
Yep.
White's pieces are on good squares. White has potentially a big center, and he can put pressure on b5, c6, c4, and the bishop on b7 can't move. So white has compensation.
Definitely.
For sure. And we see one of my favorite moves. So white just did castle after b5. He castled, bishop to b7, and then he played a4.
Another a4.
So after f4 and g4, then white decided to play positionally. Short castle, c3, a4. I don't know if that's the best idea with the pawns on f4 and g4, but maybe after d5 and knight e4, he thought the attack was over.
There's nothing to attack.
And yeah, he's just trying to get
You
a
have to be
solid
very
position.
cautious about what you move. If you move the f pawn, the e pawn becomes weak. If you go g5, you relinquish the f5 square.
Yeah.
So he's in no rush. Now he's opening a new wing on the other side.
Yeah, it went from white's going to push all his pawns and attack to, okay, we did enough. Now we're going to try to get advantages on the other side of the board.
Yeah.
The knight on d4 is very solid. White has more minor pieces out, and white's putting pressure on the b5 pawn.
Yeah.
So it's
And
a
I'm
lot
guessing-
different than what I expected after g4.
Yeah. Black has to do something about this pawn. Either he has to take or advance it. If he takes, rook takes, of course the pawn on a6 is a permanent target. If he advances, I think that white will advance as well, c4, after b4. And have a
Yeah, that's
protected
actually,
passage.
this is actually what I expect.
That makes more sense than the other variation.
Yeah, to me this is, and now somehow black should cheat and get his knight to c5.
Yeah, knight
Can I just do
d7.
it in one move?
Do it in two.
Grandmaster, no? Okay, I have to play knight
The
d7
crowd will
first.
be more pleased with two.
Yeah, knight to c5. That looks like a nice square for the knight.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to complain here
Well,
with
white
black.
can play knight b3, by the way,
Yeah.
after knight
But
d7.
I'm not
I'm
gonna-
expecting it.
I'm not going to complain with black. I like my pawn on e4. I like the open king here.
Yeah, white really wishes that his pawn can go back from g4 to g2.
Yeah, I tell my students to make moves like that, but they never do.
I always try to show my students on the machine, but ChessBase doesn't allow
Doesn't
it.
let you
there's
move the pawns backwards.
There's an annoying beep.
Yeah, exactly.
So after knight d7, knight b3 is probably going to appear. Yeah,
And then do we play queen c7 and try to play knight c5 anyway?
very possible. But you have to consider c5, right? At least for...
Right. And finally, black will play g5 in one of the games.
It could happen. It could
Really?
happen. No.
Okay.
But
yeah, I
c5
mean-
can happen.
Yeah, lots of stuff can happen.
Well, I mean, if you let the black put a piece on c5 and blockade, I think the black is really going to sit pretty.
Yeah, that's going to be nice.
So I think that c5 has to, that you have to create some disturbance here. And of course the pawn is immune because then a motif of rook c1,
Yeah, Harmon-Vellotti is good at using the fours because he's Luke.
but it's not his game.
Exactly. That's why here I'm not so sure.
Okay. So my prediction is indeed b4, c4,
Yeah, that's
knight
what I think
d7,
will
knight
happen.
b3.
Yeah.
If we're wrong,
Then
that
we'll
won't be the first time.
Then we'll predict something else.
Exactly.
Yeah.
This is paraphrasing Groucho Marx, yes?
Yeah.
If you don't like my moves, I have new ones.
You have other ones.
There you
Yeah,
go.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so next case.
That's why he wouldn't join the chess club here. You know why?
They accepted him as a member.
Exactly.
Yes. So,
So we have no moves in this game?
well, I think that this
EF3,
is,
GF3?
if he's out of theory, this is really a high time to think. Should he go bishop e6 and play on? Should he play bishop e7? Very concrete.
With the time situation, is Rufeng still in his prep?
I thought so.
Yeah, I guess so.
He cannot have so much time and just wing it. This is not.
Yeah.
No, that can't happen.
Yeah, they usually don't play this quickly unless,
No.
especially him. He seems more stated than some of
Yeah,
the
but
other
I think the
players.
half hour time advantage, I don't think is going to make a difference.
No, they've already made a
But
lot
something
of moves.
happens. Yeah, I can see that. No, the more moves. The
Looks
more
like
made.
bishop b7.
Bishop
yeah?
b7, bishop g7. If I'm seeing
No,
correctly.
you're correct. Yeah, bishop b7, bishop g7.
Okay.
The crazy variation we might get by transposition.
Well, but there's no rook on d8, so I don't think you can take the f3 pawn. So what will happen now?
So if I
A
take
bit
the
strange.
rook, if I take the rook,
I take
you
it
take
as well.
the rook.
Mhm.
You're saying I can't take this pawn?
Okay, and rook h3.
Rook h3. And then I resign?
That doesn't look good for
Yeah, I
black.
think I'm going to resign.
No.
Okay.
So, in lieu of resignation.
No, lose the other game.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. So we just take on f8 somehow. Probably that's the wrong way. And white
Yeah,
defends
but
his
here
pawn
it's-
and white's up a pawn, but that
But I'm under the
pawn's-
impression. I mean, didn't it feel like you could have had more? I thought that black could have had more than just. Okay, I don't think he's too much trouble here, but
Yeah, this might be
it
okay
looked like he could.
also.
Yeah, but I thought that he could have.
So let's see. You want to play better for black. So this is the current position.
Yeah. Okay, but king takes g7, rook d3.
Well, you can also take on g7. That's true.
Yeah, let's try that.
King g7.
Okay,
Rook to
rook d3. I'm
d3.
assuming. Yeah. And now we can maybe put a rook on either the d or e file. Like how about
Yeah, I'm thinking rook fe8.
rook fe8?
and then
Looks
the
like a
rook
very
can come.
natural move here.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think probably black is free of any trouble here as well.
I still like being a pawn ahead. Although my bishop on f1 is very strange.
Yeah. And how to resolve, how to get out of this?
Yeah, h3 looks like a terrible square, but I like being up a pawn.
Mm-hmm.
Although I don't know. I mean, black just plays f5 at some point later in the game. Bishop h3 is terrible.
Yeah.
And rook e2 is coming.
Yeah, rook e2 maybe right now.
Yeah, so yeah, this is good compensation for black.
Yeah.
But
Somehow
again,
I thought that black is just going to regain the pawn period
right,
without
but
having to fight for
I
the-
wonder if this is still prep too.
Yeah.
Yeah, because white's looking like, yeah, I know this position.
Well, white moved very fast. After bishop e7, he insta-took on g7.
Yeah.
And it looks like black recaptured on g7 or no? No.
No, but whenever like these things happen, where one side's moving instantly and the other side is thinking forever, and one side still moves instantly, it always surprises me. The player who's taking a long time is like, oh yeah, I know this too, but I was taking a long time.
Oh, watch what happened. He didn't take on g7 and he didn't take on d5.
Nobody did anything.
He played rook fe8.
Rook fe8. Are you sure?
I am sure.
Well, I can see the board up there, so you're right. Rook fe8. What's the threat?
What a mess. What isn't on
So the rook is hanging on d5, the bishop's hanging on g7, rook e1 mate. Indeed. If I play rook d1 to stop 2 threats, bishop f3 creates 2 more threats. Very confusing.
Wow. What a move.
Yeah,
Rook
also,
fe8.
he looks really happy. He looks a little too happy.
Who? Bodak?
Yeah, Bodak looks like I
Well,
win.
often it looks like he got his opponent.
He
What is
has
going
he
on?
has the I'm winning look. That's what that look is. I know that look.
What a move, rook fe8.
Yeah,
My
look at
goodness.
him. He's like, yeah, I'm winning.
But Rufang played so fast, it looked like it was preparation. Well, let's take a look. What can we play here?
Okay, let's play the craziest move I can think of, bishop b5.
Holy moly.
I finally developed my bishop. Also, I don't see another move, so I played bishop b5.
Was
By
that
the way,
only move?
you know who would be good in this position with both colors? Hikaru.
Probably.
Yeah, Hikaru rook f8 in a blitz game. No, for sure.
So bishop b5 and everything is hanging.
Well, that's my move. I don't know if it's good. But I don't see why I'm unhappy with black. I mean, just playing simply by just capturing piece after piece, you're going to equalize the material.
Right.
So, I mean, maybe there's some other crazy move, but
So something like take on d5, take on e8,
yeah.
take one of the bishops, and the pawn on f3 is gone.
Right. Well, this just seems okay. Again, this might peter out to a draw.
I think so.
Yeah. It's very strange because white played so quickly, black played rook fe8, and now white looks like he's suffering.
Well, I don't know if suffering.
No,
probably is
I
gonna be
meant
equal.
he physically looks like he's,
Oh,
he's
yeah.
like, what's this move?
Yeah.
Like, I don't think he knows that move because, Yeah, Sam Shanklin would be very upset that White doesn't know all the way to the end of the game.
That's right.
And he would too.
Yeah.
So, well, we expect bishop e5 because I suggested it. Also,
bishop e5 makes a lot of
I don't
sense,
see another
yeah.
move. There must be another move. I just don't see it. There's so many
Well, I think
pieces
you could play rook e5, I guess.
Rook e5. Yeah, but I didn't see rook e5.
I mean, but it's not. I'm clearly not enthusiastic about it.
So I take.
Take on
and
e8.
trade.
Take. I'll move my
No.
bishop. You can
Yeah.
enjoy my f3 pawn, I guess.
Yeah,
And yeah, also looking somewhat similar to the.
I like that for black.
I don't
know-
like that for that?
No, I do like it
Oh,
for
you do
black.
like
I mean,
that,
I
yeah.
really like it for black.
Yeah.
I don't know why. Maybe
Well, bishop d3, I think.
Maybe bishop c4,
No, but then bishop takes f3.
and then I want to do some kind of skewer.
Yeah, but there's always that mate on e1, so.
So I can't skewer. Let's check.
I mean, maybe I'll play f5, and I'm just starting to advance my pawns.
You're
where I
so
want to
mean.
advance them anyway.
You're so mean.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
this
I
is
like
really.
f5. Yeah.
Yeah, bishop c4 looks a bit orphaned.
Very suspicious.
Yes.
That's why I can't play in this tournament anymore. It's not because of my age. It's because I got worse. I knew there was a reason.
I heard you got the wild card until they figured your age.
That's
until
right.
now.
Yeah.
Okay, why don't we take
Not
a
so wild
2-minute
card.
break?
Mhm.
But before we do, let's do a very, very quick tour of the rest of the games.
Okay, sure. So this is our Grunfeld where black is a pawn ahead, but has lots
Yes.
of issues.
And as promised, something went to b1 with
queen
the idea of
b1,
knight takes
and
c4.
queen c8 defending
Queen
everything,
c8,
but a little
exactly.
passive.
Right.
And black hasn't castled yet. Now he's undefended e7, so
Mhm.
castling not so easy.
Yeah, so that's the problem. What can
Yeah.
make a lot of useful moves, and black, in order to eventually cash in on that pawn, has to do a lot of untangling.
Mhm.
You know, he's far from consolidating.
Yeah, very complex position.
Yes.
As we can say with all the games. We have a sharp Sicilian here where it looked like White was just going to move all his pawns forward,
Yep.
then went into positional mode,
Right.
and instead just has a lead in development and trying to attack the b5 pawn, keep the solid knight on d4
Right. And we stand by our prediction of b4, c4, knight d7, knight b3.
until we come back. Exactly.
Yes.
Yeah. And then
And
here,
he went
was
rook
rook e5 actually played, or was our
I think so.
analysis?
He
Yeah,
played
rook
rook
e5
e5.
was played. Yeah. And this seems like
Yeah.
tons of preparation from Rufeng Li, but it seems to me like Michael Bodak has at least equalized to me.
Yeah.
I like black's position.
Yeah, there's nothing to worry about.
And
from
he's
black.
really taken a long time, Bodak. This wasn't his prep. He's used half his time already.
Right.
So very
So
good
now we
play.
anticipate king takes g7.
Yeah, I think very
A
good
rook
play by
trade to
Bodak,
bishop.
considering he was somewhat tricked into this line.
Yeah.
And then we didn't like black's play in this game. It looks
Yeah.
like
And here
Jeffrey
we go.
Xiong is...
Everything we discussed is coming.
Yeah, it looks
Queen on the
nice,
diagonal,
looks nice
knight
for
coming
White.
to the dark squares.
White has more space on the king side, and now he's attacking on the queen side.
Yeah.
And the two bishop advantage that black enjoyed may not last for long. So it looks nice for White.
I really don't think I like the plan with g6 followed by queen e7. What was g6 about then?
Well, he's going to play bishop g7. He was just
How?
preparing-
It's going to be a very, very long road to that.
Yeah. Yeah.
The
This
d6 pawn is
is very weak, and the king side. I mean, when I say the king side, black's king side, where his king is there's going to be
Very
two or three
suspicious.
pieces attacking him there very soon.
yeah.
So a nice position for Jeffrey and a nice time advantage as well. And again, last but not least, White did not castle queenside and played positionally. A wonder d5 and rook d1, and
Well, he went rook d1
right,
first.
trying to put pressure on the d6 pawn and close the center so the bishop on g7 doesn't get active. Not sure I like the queen on a5. It looks like knight c1 to b3 is coming. And then the bishop can develop, we can castle, and black is very passive. Seems like White has a little
White is
advantage
sitting
here.
good.
Maybe more than a little advantage.
Yeah.
Okay, so that was a recap of the games, 5 very interesting games, and we're sure to see lots of decisive results.
Absolutely. And
And
we'll
a great first round here at the 2015 U.S. Junior Chess Championship.
yes, and please stay with us. We're going to go back. We're going to come back in 2 minutes. We're going to take a quick break. And just like that, we are back with the 2015 U.S. Junior Closed Chess Championship from the Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis. I'm Aviv Friedman, and to my left is local Grandmaster Ben Finegold. And we are back from a very quick break, only to find out that at least in one of the games, somebody played a move that Coach Ben would frown on. Yes, and the size is already out.
If he wasn't higher rated than me, I would say something.
Okay, let's go to that game and see exactly what we're talking about. We are talking about
Akshat Chandra. You know, we had this position after Queen B1, and we were saying before we went to the break, it's not easy for Black to castle because he played Queen C8.
And E7
so now if you castle, E7 is hanging, and so well he put those fears to rest. I guess he played F6,
right.
But that breaks a very important rule.
Never play F6.
Now the bishop on G7 is a little iffy. There's no more knight F6. The diagonal is open to the king on G8, C4 diagonal later. I don't know. That's in, okay. Like I'm half kidding, but except I'm not kidding this time. F6 looks a little dicey.
It looks suspicious, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, is he going to play E5 and then White can put his knight on E4?
Yeah, then
D6
is
and
pretty weak.
C5 squares.
Yeah. Well, okay, Black's a pawn up, so he's giving a little away, and yeah. Now, if I play like a crazy move here, like Bishop G4, you're just going to play F5.
That's a very good question.
And then I'll go back to F3 and we can repeat and draw.
I'm pretty certain that you cannot allow me to put a bishop on E6.
Yeah,
right?
so F6 seems a little iffy, but maybe Black's position was iffy after Queen C8. He's undefending his pawn on E7. Maybe that's not the right way of playing.
Yeah, it's harder to play with Black than with White. Again, we said that White has lots of useful moves at his disposal, and Black has to be walking a tightrope. So, but Chandra seems confident, and he was taking his time on this position, but we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah, you can see the players there, and there's a spectator.
Yes, covering half the board.
Well, he's a good spectator. He's trying to see half the position.
Yes, he does. Yeah, but look, he's leaning backwards, looking confident again.
Yep, and Akshat doesn't look too unhappy either. So.
Yeah, so I guess this is one of those cases where both players really believe in their position.
Yeah, it's nice to be a pawn up, and it's nice when your opponent plays F6 as their king on E8.
Right. I guess it's a question of style as well, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, let's see if anything has changed in the other games. I see that it has. In our Sicilian game.
Wait a minute, White didn't do what we said.
No.
Didn't he hear our commentary? I guess
no.
not.
He took on B4, didn't he?
Right, B4 is what we expected. We both thought C4.
Yeah.
But he took on B4, takes, and Queen B3 is a little skewer there, a skewer that's not going to work. But
okay, so I'm assuming something like Queen E7, or?
I was assuming A5, and I guess Bishop C5 is legal. That might lose everything. I thought like A5, Knight A6, Knight C5, that kind of
Bishop
stuff.
C5 is maybe possible.
Well, I'm half kidding with that move.
I would take on B7. And
yeah, no, A5's got to be, has to be normal, right?
And then in the spirit of the Slav, can we do something like attack the bishop? Also, the B5 square is given away.
Right.
But I guess you can play Knight A6 or Knight C6.
Yeah, and I have Bishop D5 and I have Knight A6. Yeah.
Right.
Okay, so your Queen E7 is making sure that White doesn't have the B5 square, and also Queen E7 is defending the bishop on B7.
That's right.
Yeah. So also makes a lot of sense.
So either A5 or Queen E7.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of taking on B4 in the long run because we're giving D5 away. When we play C4, Black doesn't have Knight D5, Bishop D5.
Yeah.
So this is a short run move. I'm going to skewer your bishops and I'm going to punish you now. But in 5 or 6 moves, if that doesn't work, I mean, Black's going to have a good position.
Also, I really like that plan with Knight B3 and a quick C5.
Yeah.
But maybe there was a flaw to it, and when the players come to explain their game, they'll tell us.
Are those times right, that Yang Liu has an extra half an hour?
It looks like it.
Wow.
41 minutes left for Arthur.
Yeah, you would expect somebody who's playing F4, G4 is going to know slightly better than their opponent what the opening is, although it doesn't seem like...
Yeah, Black has to spend some time making sure that those pawns are not going to mate him.
It doesn't seem like G4 has much to do with the position anymore.
No, not anymore.
Yeah. Okay, so Queen B3 is the last move.
Yeah.
A5 is possible, Queen E7 is possible. Perhaps there's other ways to defend the bishop.
And we think that Black is doing well.
Yeah, I think Black's doing great. Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't think White's doing badly. I just think like Black solved all of his problems.
Yeah. I think if the pawn was on G2, I would agree, but with the pawn on G4, a bit scary.
Yeah, it doesn't make a lot of sense now.
I really think that after either A5 or Queen E7, Black is just sitting okay. So on we go to the next game, and our beautiful Jeffrey Xiong Sicilian. What have we here?
Bishop G7 was played, and then G3. Yeah, I like G3 because I think White's either going to play Bishop G2 or Bishop H3, and then do some. I think Bishop G2, and then play on the diagonal. And I like the way we just solidify our pawns on the 4th rank. But it seems like it's hard for Black to do anything active.
Yeah, we really are favoring White in this position.
Yeah, he just has a space advantage on the king side.
Weak pawn on D6.
Better on the queen side too. Yeah, Bishop G2, double rooks on the D file, knight to B6, sometimes knight to C4.
That's right, absolutely.
And okay, White's very clear. White has more space, and White has ideas, and White can attack things, and White can infiltrate.
And the bishop pair has been completely curtailed, right? Just completely.
Yeah, Bishop on D7
kept under control.
is useless. Yeah.
Yeah, and Bishop G7 is nice, but it's by itself.
Yeah.
It has no assistance, and one bishop is not going to do anything.
And White also has a dual purpose move possible later, Queen A3. We defend B2, we attack D6, and maybe we're going to sack on A6 later and play for tricks. So I like the queen on E3 to A3 because it's a little original.
Yeah.
And Black has to be careful. Obviously, Black's always watching out for that D6 pawn.
Yeah. Also, I think that he can spring a queen B6 on him sometimes with the same idea.
Also,
of taking
sacrifices and the rook
yeah,
comes
and you
to
have to be
D3.
really careful.
Yeah, rook comes to D3 and Shabbat will be happy.
I'm predicting that bishop D7 is going to find itself on E8 at some moment. And a bishop on E8 that disconnects the connection between the rooks doesn't smell good. So, yeah.
So we both like White quite a bit, and nice time advantage as well.
Agreed. Let's go down the list and see what we have. Okay, our next game
we
is
have a queen trade. So he took on D5, trying to prevent the loss of the D6 pawn, although knight takes, queen takes. Well, it seems just really nice for White.
So we assume rook takes, knight takes D5, rook takes D5. Oh.
Yeah, it just seems really nice for White.
How is the D6 pawn going to be taken care of?
Yeah. Yeah, D6, even if I don't take it right away, which I know you want to do, I'll take it when I feel like it.
Yeah, but that day may come very soon.
No, normally these kinds of positions, when Black wants counterplay, Black's playing knight D4. Black's never playing knight D4.
There is no knight D4.
Yeah, because you put the pawn on E5, so you can play knight D4, knight F4.
Yeah, sometimes I've seen positions where the queen is on B6, the black knight from D7 is on C6, and then when the white grabs the pawn on D6, then there's
we have
so much play.
No, I didn't like the move Queen A5 because it seemed like
you said it when it came.
You're weakening the D6 pawn, and if you trade queens, that's got to be good for White.
One has to wonder if c takes D5 was also a favorable choice. I think that White's play is much better. I think Black is very optimistic.
Yeah, it seems really nice for White. Yeah. Basically, D6 pawn for no
I want to ask how is he going to defend the pawn after rook takes D2?
Well, sometimes you sacrifice a pawn. You just don't see the compensation.
Well, yeah, but sacrifice when you get something for it. This is like lose the pawn.
Right. No, I agree.
You can't even play a silly move like knight E8 because bishop E7. So rook takes D2, and he hasn't played it? Wait. What is going on there?
Yeah, I don't think he's played yet.
But what is going on the board there?
What do you mean?
Is there a black queen on D2?
Yeah. And you can see the live game up there.
There we go.
So yeah, he's thinking about which way to take. Yeah, it's hard for me to believe he won't take with the rook.
Yes, I
know.
like
the most obvious.
Most obvious and most rewarding.
But maybe he's confused. Like, he's like, wow, I'm winning a pawn. What's going on here? What's my opponent have up his sleeve?
I'm really puzzled by this.
Yeah, queen A5, CD5 looks like just a bad plan for Black. Because if you are going to lose your D pawn, which happens in the King's End in, these things happen, then you get compensation because you have the queens on the board, the white king is on E1.
The rook comes to D8, the knight is on a different square.
Oh, he was about to make a move. He tricked us.
I wonder what he's even thinking about. What could be his doubt?
So you mean a wonder, comma, what is he thinking about?
Yes.
No. So you really want to take with the rook? And
I'm not seeing the fault of it.
Unfortunately, I agree with you. Yeah. Got to take the queen with the rook.
It's not so unfortunate.
No. No, but I have to agree with you.
Oh, that's definitely
this looks just very nice.
That's mutually
for
unfortunate.
Yeah, because when you trade queens, White doesn't really mind that his king is on E1. So this isn't really Black's plan in this kind of position. White has more space.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Black did here.
Yeah. No, C takes D5, queen takes D2, it just seems like the wrong
He's
plan.
behind in development. His D pawn looked like as good as dead. He might be able to trade some pieces, but then Still lose a pawn.
No, it just seems very pleasant for white.
Yeah. So is it possible that the idea is rook takes d2, knight takes d5, rook takes d5, knight to b6, and knight takes c4?
Oh, I thought c4 was defended. That was good calculation by me.
Sorry.
Oh, okay.
And now b2 looks hit.
No, this is fine. Obviously,
So
this is
something
fine.
weird happened. So
Yeah.
can we go back a little bit? So maybe he cannot take the pawn immediately, but then he would have to take without, he won't be able to take with the rook then.
Yeah, I can just take with a pawn.
Oh, is there also an element of bishop e7 at some
Yeah,
moment?
bishop
or not?
e7 is the threat. Exactly. Well,
Okay, so I guess he's saving the pawn.
I still like white here.
But yeah, but I still, exactly. White
Yeah.
seems to be,
Yeah, but losing a pawn is crazy. So he wasn't losing a pawn. He saw knight b6.
right. So now, white is thinking it's
I would still take with the rook because in this variation where you're playing knight takes d5, I want to have the threat bishop e7. So I want to have my
Right.
bishop on g5 and force black to do something about it.
lose the tempo.
Yeah.
Also, I'm thinking in the future, for the fight on the c file, the rook is already prepared for doubling.
Yeah.
Whether on,
Now he could be thinking about
Whereas on
taking
D1
with the
he's-
king, so his other rook could get to the c file quicker.
uh-huh.
But I don't like that. I like putting immediate pressure on d6 and forcing black to do something about it. But yeah, this seems like the openings worked out really well for white. Not winning a pawn, but maybe winning the pawn later. We always
Yeah.
have knight c3 to b5, bishop e7.
And I have to say, I'm starting to really, really like king takes d2 all of a sudden.
Yeah. Does that mean he'll take with the bishop now that we like the other two moves? I remember there was a game played in Oakham when I was there in '86 in England. There was a junior tournament. And I met Hanan for the first time. Hanan was playing Michael Adams. And there was a Carol Khan. And there was a trade in the center. Knight takes e5. And white could play d takes e5, f takes e5, or queen takes e5. And I was like, And Patrick Wolf was staying next to me. And I said, which way do you think white should take? And he said, I wish I had such a pleasant choice. Yeah, he liked all of them. And Hanan did win the game eventually by just squeezing him. And it seems like here, king takes,
one of
rook
those
takes, even bishop takes probably good.
Abundance of riches, huh?
Yeah, yeah, because just white just
And
has
he
a
took
nice,
with the king.
Yeah, white just
As
has a
you can
nice
see in the live
space
picture.
advantage in the center, and it's not going to go away.
Yeah, I think that probably his plan now is to play a quick rook c1 after the captures on d5.
Yeah, and this knight on g3 on e2 is going to go to c3, and yeah, I mean, it's very unpleasant for black. There's very little counterplay. I mean, it's a dream when your opponent trades off the c pawn and plays e5 and d6. It's just a weak d6 pawn forever.
Yeah.
And the counterplay that we have with an attack, assuming queens are on the board, there's no queens on the board. So we don't have any of these tricks.
Yeah. And black played a fast move, if I saw correctly.
Yeah, he played knight
Took
takes
on
d5.
d5.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you have to. If you don't take on d5 and white gets to put another, and if white gets to keep a piece on d5, you're going to lose for
Yeah,
sure.
first of all, black is completely wrapped up there if he doesn't.
Yeah, he's got to put a white pawn on d5 so d6 isn't so weak.
That's right.
But yeah, white's going to get the c file pretty quickly.
Yeah, so c takes d5 is automatic. I'm assuming he has played it or not yet.
It looks
Well,
like
it
he
looked
made
like
a
he
move.
moved now, but I cannot see what he played. So I'm assuming it has to be c takes d5. Just doesn't make sense to take with the e pawn, right? So c takes
No, he'll take
d5,
with the c pawn.
threatening bishop e7. If he goes pawn f6, bishop e3. If he goes something else to f6, there might be a trade followed by a very quick rook c1.
Yeah, and black very quickly played f6. Everybody's breaking my rules.
So
as
bishop
tournaments.
e3.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Well, white has a really nice position. I really, really like it.
Yeah, I got to get counterplay somehow. I'm thinking f5, knight f6, try to get to e4 or g4. I needed to be really quick. But yeah, a7's weak, d6 is weak, white's going to get the c file probably. If black just plays slowly and methodically, he's going to lose. He's got to play very aggressive, attacking e4, go to g4.
But I think
play
he's
for all
very
kinds
limited.
of tricks.
I think he has very limited ways to do that.
Yeah, but if he doesn't, it's just going to get smushed.
After f5, knight to c3.
Then knight f6. I'm going to try to like take and play knight g4.
Perhaps bishop e2.
Yeah, that was the problem. Yeah. Yeah, in the long run, d6 is weak, a7 is weak. I don't
Right, some
see-
chronic problems, and
And there's just, with the queens off the board, there's just no King's Indian attack.
that's right.
It's like, it's a dream for white to trade the queens and the King's Indian. You just have the space advantage.
Even the white king on d2 is good for the ending. Sometimes, like in positions from the Marozzi bind, rooks get traded on the c file, and the king starts marching quickly to the queen side.
Yeah.
And because the pawn on a7 is so vulnerable, black has to make either an a6 or b6 move, thus weakening those pawns further.
Yeah, I can't make those moves. I can't not make them. I take white.
I would love to be white.
You know who'd like white here?
Everyone?
The guy who usually sits in this chair.
Yes.
This is a Yasser Sarwan position.
Yes.
Yeah. D5,
I agree.
E4, F3.
Yeah.
Space advantage.
Well,
no
he's really a
attack.
big believer in white against the King's Indian, and that is one of
And
those
now he
examples
doesn't get
of why.
checkmated ever, so he's great.
Yeah. No checkmate, yeah. Okay. Are we back to game one? We are.
Now, he did play bishop G4.
Well, you suggested it.
Yeah, and boy, if bishop goes D6, that's not good. So we have F5, and we have another crazy Finegold move. King F7 hangs the knight. No, the knight's defended. So
After
King
what
F7
move, sir?
King F7 now.
Right now?
Right now. No, I don't like it.
Scary.
Yeah. Maybe Queen E4. Yeah, King F7, that's tough to play. Man, Luke looks really happy.
Yeah.
There's looking happy, then there's looking really happy.
And he's
Luke
looking
looks
really
pretty
happy.
pleased. Yeah.
Well, I think that after F5 you can just retreat. So King F7 now.
Yeah, I'm not going to play King F7.
No?
No. Because
Why
then,
not?
Then Queen E4.
No, then F5. Oh, E7 is hanging. Oh boy.
Yeah, I'm not going to do that. Yeah.
So here.
No, I'm not.
That doesn't look good.
I'm not doing that. Yeah.
That does not look good
No.
one bit.
No, it does look good, but not for black.
Okay, so back we go.
Yeah. So F5 seems almost forced.
Okay, so we just
And then
return.
we just go back to F3 and then pawn back to F6 draw.
Yeah.
Won't let me do it.
Then forget it.
Yeah.
Now white has added more stuff to his arsenal. Now E4 is going to look really
Right,
nice.
Yeah.
Black can't really play moves like E5, I don't think.
No, I don't like this for black, but I think black has to play F5. We can't let him
A
play
sad
bishop
necessity.
E6, and we can't play king F7.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe F5 is all in. Or, I mean, E5 is all in. All in with E5.
Big gamble.
Sometimes you have to go all in. So if I take,
Maybe white. No, why would you want to do that?
I'm gonna tell you why in a second.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I wanted to play queen B4, so you couldn't play C5, but I guess you have bishop F8.
Yes.
Okay. I tried.
Can I just go in the spirit of the youth and play E4 here, or is that completely suicidal?
So F4 is forced because I don't want to let him play EF.
Right.
Or can I just castle now?
Aha.
The safest move I could find.
Oh, you could.
Yep, and Svidler's happy.
So could I have played, instead of E4, could I have played something else?
Yeah, F5 and E5. The thing is, if black plays E4, I'm going to take it with the king on E8. But okay, black can
Right.
castle next move. That seems very reasonable. Because now bishop takes E7 is not a threat. And
I'm
also,
wondering-
I don't see other stuff for black, so it doesn't seem that bad.
I suppose taking on F5 would have been less too crazy, right? With the pawn back on E7.
Too crazy for Luke.
For anyone.
Bishop takes F5.
Yeah, that's too much, isn't it?
Now we're talking.
I mean, it certainly looks like fun. Black is completely tied down. And I have knight coming, and I have a bishop on H4. My queen can play check on H5, which is
Yeah,
nice.
but I don't believe it.
But you don't believe it.
Six. Yeah. I don't believe anything. I like extra pieces.
Yeah,
Queen G4.
yeah.
Yeah.
That was a quick refutation, wasn't it?
Yeah. I try. Yeah, so but I think he has to play F5.
Maybe the bishop stays on H3, or is that also nutty? But I want to do that because I want to play e4 somehow.
Bishop h3 and bishop instead of bishop f3.
Yes, and the
And
idea
then
is to
try
play e4.
for e4. Very interesting. This I like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if knight f6, still e4. If e5,
Yep.
still e4.
Yeah, always e4. Yeah. I'm
Yeah.
only worried about h6, g5, but I don't believe it.
No.
Some things you believe, some things you don't. Yeah, White can always play f4 if he has to after h6, and then play e4.
That's right.
Yeah, and then I just keep
That's
pushing.
actually, it makes really a lot of sense because you also stop e5 or discourage e5.
So now maybe Black has to play e6 and then castle. Just playing e6, you don't take my e7 pawn. Then e4, I castle. And life goes on. Very strange position.
Yeah, compensation for sure.
Yeah.
But nothing immediate.
So bishop g4 is a really interesting move. Really trying to punish f6.
Very provocative.
Now in the next game, Black played like you, and not like me.
What is
That's
that?
not fair. Played queen e7 instead of a5. But yeah, I thought your
Okay,
queen e7
the move
was
has some
better.
value.
I like queen e7 because you defend the bishop on b7.
Yeah. Also, I'm supporting bishop c5 in some lines if the knight moves. And a5 can still be played later on.
Yeah, and now, yeah, Arthur Shen has a nice position, and Yan Liao looks like...
You're sitting there wondering why is the pawn on g4.
Yeah,
in
that's
this kind
what I
of a
was
position.
thinking, yeah.
It looked like somehow White didn't punish knight e4 properly. I'm really curious what the players will say about the knight b3, c5. That was pretty.
Oh, you're not playing c4 after b4.
Correct.
Yeah, because I thought
Yeah.
c4 also.
It looks like a move was made in that game.
What? No, I think he just took something to drink. I think he has a lot of drinks. Chess is a thirsty game.
Have they not moved? No.
Yeah, sometimes looking at the players, you can't tell whose move it is.
Right.
But yeah, I don't think he moved after queen e7.
Okay.
So we both like Black.
We do.
Okay. Wow, lots of stuff has been traded.
Oh yeah. I forgot about this game for a moment.
Yeah. Okay, so this is Bodak. We thought played a brilliant move. Rook fe8.
Yes.
Rook e5 was played. Possibly bishop b5 was playable.
Right.
And then again, not taking a piece when you can take a pawn. Bishop takes
Okay.
f3. Wow.
Still makes sense, I
And
suppose.
then bishop b5. Now they play both of the
Wow.
moves. Yeah. Well, the thing is, if you trade rooks on e8, then the rook is hanging in rook e1
mate.
mate. So, yeah.
So
Bishop
temporarily
b5.
White is up a piece, so I guess he can just go into
Yep.
this.
Bishop takes rook. Rook
Okay.
takes rook.
So everything came out except for the bishops.
Yeah. Wow.
Now it looks like there's going to be a real nice pawn race, wouldn't it?
I don't know why I like Black. It seems like it's the same position. Why do I like
Except
Black?
because the black king is like really coming, and it's like f5, king f6, king e5.
Yeah, and the a7 pawn can't be touched, and h4 is going to be touched much quicker.
Yeah.
So we can play like
And the
h6,
pawns are
g5
moving
and get...
fast.
Yeah, for Black to get two passed pawns takes 2 moves, and for White, 200 moves.
That's right.
Yeah, the pawn if the pawn was on a5, then White would get a quick passed pawn
Much easier,
also.
yeah.
So probably supercomputers draw, but Black's better here. Seems like h6,
Yeah.
f5, h6, g5, and let's go. Yeah.
And also the king can come to help very, very swiftly.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming White is going to play something like c4 here.
Yeah, because White's quick too. c4, c5, c6. Careful.
Yeah, you have to try to keep Black busy. So c4, is there a line? c4, f5, c5, king f6.
We can do
Oh, but
whatever we
no,
want.
it's-
That's
well,
right.
but it's too. I don't know. King f6 looks necessary.
Not king f8.
Um,
I thought I'd gain a tempo. I'll go to the f file, but I don't know. I'm not sure if I'm stopping you or I'm trying to queen. I haven't decided yet. Also, we could both queen.
What will happen
that's,
after king
That's
f6?
the junior variation.
What is
Now
this?
you can play bishop b5 or you can play queen. Queen's better for Black because I queen with check and queen c1 loses to bishop e4. King c2 looks like you're walking into my queen and bishop, which might be a draw, but
I don't know.
I'd rather
very,
have Black.
very dangerous. I don't think a human would go into
so,
it.
so you could go here, and then I go here, right? And I want to play h6 g5 or h5 g5. Maybe h5 g5
Yeah.
and try to queen my h pawn.
Yeah.
And you play
Here,
bishop,
black looks better.
but you have bishop f1. Yeah, so even here. Yeah, these, even though like equal pawns, same, everything the same, too complicated.
Very
Because
messy.
everybody can queen.
Very
Or
messy.
you can stop your opponent from queening. White can say, okay, king c1, king d2, king e3, I'm not afraid. Or white can just, okay, c4, b4, a4.
That's a calculation nightmare. You really have to
Yeah.
count on intuition here.
Right.
And what do you say? What does he get? What does he
My
get?
my gut says I like black, but I think two supercomputers is a draw, but I'd rather have black here. Now okay, white will win easily and make me look bad.
So it's one of those cases where if God plays God, then it's a draw, and
I think so.
optically speaking, black looks better.
But yeah, black has a possibility to get two passed pawns quickly. Black's king's a little better.
Mm-hmm.
And the pawn on a7 is just better than the pawn on h4.
Yes, that's true. Yeah, it's amazing how the furthest, sometimes the more advanced the pawn is, the better off it is. Here, the fact that the pawn is on home base
Yeah.
is actually helping. Because
Yeah, it
you
makes
take
it hard
like
for
many
white to
more
get
moves
past pawns, exactly.
to get to it. Yeah,
Yeah.
tried it. Yeah. So why don't we go
Wow.
down the list to one more game? And we have Geoffrey Xiong.
Well,
who
this
is
is a
enjoying
lot
an
different than we
advantage.
looked before also.
Where are the queens and why have they
Exactly.
gone?
Where'd everything go?
Well, it looks like at
Okay,
some
so
point
black
just broke.
black just played d5 and said enough is enough.
Wow.
And then white said thank you for the pawn. Check.
Holy moly.
And he took a pawn, but he can't take on d5 because bishop c6 stuff is
Right.
happening. So he took the
He
bishop
took the bishop.
and bishop h3. And he says, I have an advantage. My pawn structure is better.
Yeah, but is it enough?
And yeah, he'll just play really solid. Rook
You know the
e1.
one weakness rule, right? You have to have more than one weakness
More than
to
one
win the game.
weakness. Only if you're playing against me, then it doesn't matter.
However, you're not a player in this game.
That's right. So I'm okay. No,
Can we-
white's
can
doing
we
really
go back
well.
a few moves?
White's doing really well because we can't play rook c8 or rook d7. The bishop on h3 is great. Knight's coming to e5, rook e1, d pawn's weak. This is really terrible for
So
black.
you're already happy.
Well, I'm really happy. If I don't know what to do with black. If it
No.
was black, what move would you make here? If it was your move, it's really
maybe
hard to
rook
make a
d8?
move. Yeah, rook d8 because that way you can move your knight. But okay, I mean rook e1 and knight e5 and knight d4 and it's just really unpleasant for
Yeah,
black.
of course. Black is
Oh,
suffering
this
with
is
his
really
isolate.
unpleasant. Yeah,
Yeah.
this is just really nice. But you think white should have more?
I thought you would have more.
I think
That's
d5 just like ruins his position in some sense and fixes other things, but it's just a permanent weakness.
If you can get away with d5 and somehow hold descending, then it's questionable whether g3 was really so necessary.
Yeah, but I like g3. He played bishop h3. That was nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, he'll just play rook he1 and put a knight in the center, and it's just really unpleasant for black.
So you really like white.
Yeah, I would just hate to have black here, suffering,
Yeah.
trying to draw. Yeah, this seems very difficult for black to me. You're not as negative as I am.
Well, I'm in agreement that black is going to suffer and white is going to press, but I was under the impression that the pressure before was just worth more than that.
Mm-hmm.
Again, here there's only one weakness, and even if I end up somehow trading my bishop on g7 for a knight, then what?
Yeah, I'm still unhappy.
So, yeah, of course, everybody would rather be white,
Yeah.
but I think I had a feeling that before he was really sitting on the position strong,
Mm-hmm.
and allowing d5 to burst out like that and trade so many pieces maybe improved his chances to make a draw.
Let's go back because black did something interesting.
Okay.
Played h5. He really wants to play this, g5 and queen the h pawn idea.
I see.
Hard to stop that too. Like if black can somehow block the bishop with f5, that pawn's just going to queen. But even if he can't, we'll play bishop g2 and win the bishop.
Right.
So like black's move would play g5 takes, h4, bishop d7.
Bishop g2 and then
Yeah.
h4.
So let's see what happens here. Yeah, if you play bishop here, I can do this. Now here, white is in time.
Very much.
Yeah, and I think here, even though you can't play queen c1 because of bishop e4 check,
You can play queen.
I think this is okay.
And then
yeah.
bishop e4.
Yeah, but okay. I mean, white's a pawn up.
Yeah.
So are you actually mating me? It doesn't seem like it. I certainly hope not. I don't think white's getting mated here.
No.
I don't think so. Well, king c3. How can I get mated? King has a lot of squares.
Well, queen d1 check.
Yeah, but okay. King has a lot of squares.
Yeah.
It should be okay here. Yeah. And eventually white might win eventually. So you have to be careful.
Queen d6 check.
Yeah,
b4.
these things happen. Yeah, but I won't get mated. Bishop on d7, so I should be safe on a4. So yeah,
Okay.
again, this is, but he's going to play g5, h4. This is his plan when he played h5. Like when he played h5,
Yeah,
he wants to,
that must be it.
this is what he wants to do. Yeah.
Yeah.
Not sure if it's right, but that's.
So after c5, black
Another idea is to play king f8. So the king is stopping the pawn, and then even play f6 and g5. This way, just have a passed h pawn, so the white king is as far away as possible.
So chase the bishop away from the chain of the pawns.
Yeah. See, if we go here, then we can get another tempo.
Yeah,
and now
that
this is
makes no
funny.
sense.
This is funny because now, like king d6 wins the pawn, but bishop to e8,
e8.
which is still good for black.
But can't we just continue with the plan of f6 and g5 here?
Yeah.
Now that the pawn has been frozen.
Yeah, because we want to pass pawns as far away from white's king
Yeah.
as possible. Yeah. Okay, well, this is obviously just good for black. White's struggling to draw here. And black's king is
certainly.
doing something.
Certainly.
Yeah. So h5 is a very interesting move. Instead of playing for the passed f and g pawn, the
He's
passed
trying
g
to-
and h pawn.
The most remote pawn.
And maybe we'll sack our g pawn and just get a queen. White has to be careful. And Michael looks very pleased.
Again.
Yeah. No, I'd be very happy too, because it looks like he walked into opponent's preparation, but he didn't have any trouble.
Came
with
out of it unscathed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's always nice.
Yes.
He still has a massive time disadvantage, but his position's great.
Okay.
Okay, and black did play rook d8 as you suggested. Yeah, rook c7, rook he1, rook d8. Yeah, and just white is a very pleasant position. Jeffrey's squeezing.
So you're very optimistic about Jeffrey's chances.
I like Jeffrey's position a lot. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, we have this King's Indian where we really liked white.
Right. And everything happened
they
as
traded on
we
d5,
semi-expected.
bishop e3 we thought, f5
Yeah,
we
f5,
thought,
knight
knight
c3.
c3, and thinking. Yeah, this seemed like it was pretty much forced.
Yeah.
If black doesn't try to play knight to g4 with knight f6, I don't see another plan.
Yeah.
There must be another plan, I just don't see it. So if I'm black, I play knight f6, you pass, I take on e4, you take with the f pawn because I want you to, and then knight g4, and okay, I'm doing something.
Yeah.
If I don't do that, I give up.
Well,
it seems like white should be able to stop that without too many difficulties.
Yeah, I think so as well. Put a bishop on e2.
Yeah.
Move your rook to c1. This knight might hop at some point to b5 or, I
Yeah.
can see some variation where black will take on e4 and with the white knight on b5 and then the knight will take on d6. And it looks like white is just going to hit first and his d pawn is going to become monstrous.
Yeah, and the bishop on g7 just really is bad. There's just no way to...
Well, I think that this is a very good time to take our first major break of the day. We are going to be away for just 15 minutes, and we're going to be back interviewing Tony Rich, the executive director of the St. Louis Chess Club and Scholastic Center, who is also serving as an international arbiter in this tournament, the main tournament director. So please stay with us, and we will be back in about 15 minutes. See you soon. And we are back once again from the 2015 U.S. Junior Closed Chess Championship from the Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis in Missouri. And we have with us a special guest. We have the executive director of the club, Tony Rich. Welcome to our show. And he is also in the capacity of the main tournament director of the event, international arbiter. But today we're actually here to speak about something a little different, about an event that's going to happen in about 1 month's time, right here at the club, and that is the 3rd edition of the Finegold Cup.
That's right, Aviv. At the end of August, we'll be hosting our 3rd Finegold Cup. Now, the first 2 years, I'm sure you remember, we featured some of the highest rated players in the world. In fact, the tournaments themselves had the highest average rating of any in history, ever.
Right.
So it was really difficult to come up with an idea of what could we do to improve the Finegold Cup this year. Luckily, through our connections with Norway Chess and the London Chess Classic, we were able to start the Grand Chess Tour. So the Grand Chess Tour is a circuit of events in which the same 9 players compete, plus 1 wild card in each event. They earn individual prize money from the tournaments that they participate in, as well as the overall tour prize fund for the best finishers at the end of the events. So the Finegold Cup, like I said, which will be here at the end of August in St. Louis, will feature world champion Magnus Carlsen, Americans Hikaru Nakamura, Fabiano Caruana, Wesley So, as well as former world champions like Vishy Hanan. It's going to be a star-studded field and one of the best events I've ever had the pleasure of organizing.
Yes, and you are fresh back from Norway, where the first edition of the Grand Tour has happened in Stavanger.
That's right.
Tell us a little bit about that. How was that experience?
It was a lot of fun. You know, this was my second time in Norway, and the Norwegians really understand how to ensure that the event is a top quality event, that the players have an excellent experience, that the fans enjoy themselves as well, and they really think about all of those little details that make an event great. And to be honest, that's one of the reasons why we looked so forward to partnering with Norway Chess and the London Classic. In my mind, these 3 events kind of represent the gold standard of chess. They're the premier, the pinnacle events, and not just for the players, but for the spectators and for our online fans as well. So it was very fun to watch the first event in the circuit this year, and I look forward to hosting the second one, and we'll see what happens in London this December.
So you are also expected to travel there, I'm assuming, in December?
That's right.
Yeah, Ben and I have visited the Classic actually 2 years ago, en route to going to Al Ain to coach at the World Youth. We made a little stop and caught the event. Then the event, of course, was in a rapid format, and this year is going to be back to classic, I understand. And I have to say that it was just an amazing experience. The venue is very, very nice, and the special VIP room has many grandmasters annotating, a very good atmosphere, very light atmosphere, but at the same time very serious chess performances. So I think it's going to probably differ a little bit from your experience in Norway, but that's probably what's very interesting about the Grand Tour, that makes that special little thing that every
Each event
tournament
has its own
has.
flavor.
Exactly,
Right.
exactly.
And it's funny, I grew up playing chess, and you read about these guys in the magazines, or you read about them in the books. You go over their great games, you get a chance to play one in a simul maybe, and that's a really exciting moment. But to have all of these players here in St. Louis, or to join them in London, or join them in Norway, it was a dream come true. It was an opportunity for me to really kind of geek out as a fan and enjoy the fact that the very best players were gathered right there, participating in this game of intellect, this sport, this form of art. I mean, it's all of these things.
Absolutely, and that I think is one of the special things about chess, because it's really hard to think of any other sport, be it a team sport or individual sport, where you can really get to sit with the players behind the scenes, see them analyze, really see them up close and personal, but I really mean up close and personal, not from a distance, but within, let's say, 2 feet away, right? And
That's right.
get all their insight and amazing talent show just in front of you.
Yeah, I really enjoy going to the baseball games and the football games and all of that, but it's very different whenever the distance is from me to you away, between you and your chess idol. So
Exactly.
Yeah.
Quite fantastic. And to the crowd at home, I understand that each tournament has its own wild card, and the U.S. actually chose probably the most natural of wild cards, Wesley So.
That's right. Grandmaster Wesley So, top 10 in the world, recently changed federations from the Philippines to the U.S., won the Millionaire Chess event last year, as well as he's been a coach for the American team at World Team Championships.
That's
and
right.
He's just an all-around good guy. He's going to be an excellent addition to the event, and we really look forward to seeing what he can prove over the board.
Right, and I have to say that right after this event, when I'm going to Los Angeles, there's a chess camp with Wesley So. He's going to be doing his first chess camp in the U.S., so I'll also have a chance to see him up close and personal. I'll promise to report, although you already know him very well, you already played here before.
It's funny, actually. One of the things that I think is unique about the tour this year in particular is that all of the players are genuinely good people. They demonstrate the ideals of sportsmanship. They come to compete. They come to produce battle over the board with their opponents. And I think that will only add to the attraction and the excitement of the events and sponsorship down the road as well.
Fantastic. And we understand that as well as the prize fund for each event, there is some sort of a prize fund that is for the overall winner in the entire competition, right? In all three
That's right.
tournaments?
So the Grand Chess Tour itself has a prize fund for first, second, and third place. Players earn tour points depending upon how they finish in the individual events. Mm-hmm. And at the end of the circuit, with the players with the most tour points, will win a $150,000 prize fund. $75,000 for first, $50,000 for second, and another $25,000 for third.
That's a tennis-like bonus in my eyes.
Not a bad payday, is it?
Absolutely fantastic. Ben, do you have any questions or comments?
Well, yeah, I actually have some questions about the junior tournament. This is the sixth time we've done it here?
This is, yeah.
Wow. And to me, this seems like the most open. Like, I wouldn't really be surprised if any of the top few players wins. We were talking about Chandra and Jeffrey being the favorites. What's your opinion as the arbiter? Which players are you looking out for? Or are you going to be very cool about it and very objective?
As a chess fan, I can tell you that I've got my favorites and I'm rooting for some players. But having said that, you're right. I mean, it really is anybody's event. These kids are all very strong. They're all hungry for chess. They all study hard. They all practice and prepare with their coaches before and after games. So I don't know that there is necessarily a clear favorite in the field.
Now, there isn't a rule this tournament, which I usually see, unless you're the arbiter, so you know. There's no 30-move rule this tournament, is there?
There is.
There is a 30-move rule. I think this is the one tournament you don't need it.
I agree.
But, yeah, we don't want to see any really quick games, especially like in the last round for first place. We'd like to see some good fights, and for this tournament, usually that's what we're seeing.
At the players' meeting just yesterday, I mentioned to the players, reminded them that there is a 30-move draw rule in place. And the blank stares that I got back were just an indication to me that they came to fight, they came to play, and they're going to demonstrate all of that over the board.
Yes, and we are seeing it straight away with round one. Very aggressive openings. King's Indian might be one of the more tame ones, right? And that says a lot already.
Yeah,
we have Grinfelds, we have several
Sicilians.
Sicilians.
Yeah.
And Very, very exciting stuff out of the board.
Now, as the arbiter, has there been any snafus so far before the first round, during the round? Anything you had to do that was
Thankfully not.
complicated?
Everything is smooth sailing. The players are all, like I said, they're all here to play. But more importantly than that, they're also here to put on a show, to demonstrate their abilities and wow the fans.
Wonderful. And if we can go back to the Grand Tour one more time, the first time that I've actually met you was when you visited the Chorus tournament. I don't forget if it was Chorus or Tata back then.
Chorus,
in Holland in January. And I've been working for the organization for several years. I'm wondering if you could tell a little bit about the difference or the similarities as you see them between that kind of a major event, one of the best events, and the tournaments of the tour.
Sure. Yeah, it was that was January of 2010. I had taken some vacation time and decided. I mean, Weihgansee is a tournament that's been around for almost 80 years now,
Yes.
and it has been at the very top of the list of chess events around the world each year. That was my first chance to really see world champions competing against each other, and I was in awe. I mean, it was just. You really have to step back to take in the moment. You really have to think about the fact that not every sport has the opportunity for fans like me to get so close to the players that they enjoy watching. And the games themselves, obviously, are really the draw. They're really the attraction and what the players can create over the board. The organizers in Weihgansee do an excellent job. I had the chance to meet them as well. Whether it's the pea soup that's provided for all of the spectators,
Yes, the
or
special touch.
the big open tournament also, and lots of side events and commentary as well.
And it seems like the number of players at the Singfield Cup is growing from year to year, right? In the first year we had
First year we had just 4 players.
4 players.
Last year we had 6 players, and now we're up to 10. I don't know that that necessarily has to grow any more, any larger than that. 10 players, you really can get a good sense of who the best players are in the world from that list of the top 10. And maybe you need to go just a little further, top 15 or top 20 or so. But really all of them are capable of becoming world champion. All of them are capable of beating each other on any given day.
Yes, as they have shown in the tournament. If Hammer could beat Magnus Carlsen in the last round, and he's the wild card, I guess that speaks for itself.
Wesley So has high hopes, I'm sure.
That's exactly
So I
right.
had a question too. Right before we started we started the broadcast, but the round hadn't started. I saw the unusual. You could explain to the people at home. You were wanting people.
That's
you
right.
were wanting the juniors. I didn't think that was your job, but why were you wanting them? What was going on?
I wear many hats. So we always want to ensure fair and competitive environment for all of the participants. And one way that we do that is we ensure that none of them bring any electronic devices into the playing hall. We want to make sure that they can't go into the bathroom and text their coach and get some advice, or make sure they can't run their chess engine on their phone as well. So we take a lot of precautions to ensure that the players are all on a level playing field and all on the up and up.
Right. And knowing this field, I'm sure there's not much to worry about, right? There's more a formality than anything else.
Absolutely.
One thing that you said before about the players of the Grand Tour is about their level of sportsmanship and personas as beyond the chessboard. I think that this is also very similar to this event. Knowing almost all the players, there's only good things that you can say about them. Absolutely. All of them are really great people, great sports, very well-rounded, well beyond chess in other fields and academics and other hobbies that they hold. So
yeah, Luke Harmon-Vellotti, he's 15, 16 years old, and he goes to UCLA. I think he'll be a junior.
A junior, yes. Unbelievable.
What have I done with my life? Right?
Yes, indeed. And one last question before we let you go, a personal question of mine is, do you know who the wild card is in the London tournament?
I will let Malcolm Payne, who is the organizer of the London Chess Classic, be the one to break that news.
Fair enough.
I already took a guess earlier, but I figured it would be Michael Adams, so we'll see.
Could be.
That was my guess.
It could. We can think of several ones. It could be Howell, it could be Adams, maybe Short.
Maybe.
Could be Tony Rich. Doubtful.
That would be suspect. So, thank you very much to Tony Rich, the executive director of the club, and we'll let you go back to your duties as IA. Change hats, please.
That's right.
All right.
Thanks a lot, Aviv. Ben.
Thanks,
Very
Tony.
good.
All right.
And to our viewers, we're going to now observe the playing hall and take a view of the players upstairs. And here it is. We are witnessing the game between Yan Liao and Arthur Shen. Arthur Shen looks like he has this pose of what am I doing? And can we see this game? Here we go. Now we have the game.
Wow, that got really interesting quick.
Yes, what happened? How did the pawn get to f7? Show us, show us.
Okay, so Queen E7,
Yes, and he went with the f5 move in the break,
the
and
most aggressive.
that looks very scary. But Artishan just cold-bloodedly played knight c6, keep developing, hitting the e-pawn. So
F6, E6.
intuitively, I was thinking about a move like f6,
Right.
but that never happened.
Right,
Let me guess-
F6 is the move I would play like in a blitz game.
Exactly,
without
that's
any
the you want to play
calculation.
instantly.
Yeah.
And why not?
Yeah, I'm wondering what I would do in this position.
Well, I'm assuming he's going to just move,
I'm so scared.
coolly move his queen, right? Or
But I'm scared.
but where to?
I don't know.
I can go to c5 because knight takes c6 looks scary
Right.
and winning probably.
But if I move my queen somewhere else, why can't you take on c6 and take on b4?
No, not somewhere else, but well, I guess then you have to take and go queen d6.
That's what I'm thinking, yeah.
Well, yeah.
That seems forced, yeah.
Okay, so I guess takes, queen d6. But doesn't this seem more normal than just taking
Yes,
on e6?
Yeah, it looks really scary, yeah. Unless he calculated that taking on e6 was very advantageous.
But if
for
I
some
went, let's say,
reason.
rook a d1, then what is... Oh, bishop c5, perhaps. No, but then b7 is also...
That is very complicated.
This is really confusing.
This I like for white, like this position.
It seems like it, yeah.
Well, we'll ask the players what they both thought of f6.
Yeah.
Because this seems like
Can we
the
go
more
back and
natural move.
try to guess ourselves again, just for a second?
After f6?
Yes. Because that was the intuitive move. I thought that any move, if any,
Right.
f6.
Right. No, other than what we looked at, I don't see
Well, I can
any-
play knight takes d... No, I can't play knight. Can I play knight takes d4? Do I want to play knight takes d4? And if you take on e7, I take on b3, you take on f8. Did he assess this as good for black? Hard to believe, right?
So what happens if I just take back?
Uh-huh. And then I take, and
Then you have to do this again.
queen d6, and still
Still
rook
rook
d1.
d1.
But rook d1 now, maybe bishop c5.
I mean, this is probably playable for black.
Maybe he calculated that he can get away with it.
Maybe. Yeah, and then
Well,
there's
I
the
don't see a
exchange.
mate, so...
Then there's the exchange sacrifice line you were talking
So
about.
that's the question, whether you can
Takes.
take on f8, let's say
Takes.
king takes, something takes,
Something takes.
and then rook a d1, I'm supposing.
Right.
Well,
I mean,
white
I'm
looks...
taking white here for sure.
Me too, yeah,
Yeah.
so that doesn't
I'm
look
taking
like...
white in every position. So we have a good question for them when they come down. What
We have
happens
a
on
wonderful
F6?
question for them.
And they'll show us why they're the good calculators and we're sitting up here.
Okay.
Because yeah, I like f6 also. Now on the other hand, it's possible f takes e6 is better. So we haven't looked at f takes e6, the move that was played.
Okay, so,
So what happened? He took the knight,
Took on f7,
F7.
king h8, bishop takes, and he went...
rook
Rook
a d8.
a8.
So maybe he just liked this more because he's up what, 2 pawns? Yeah.
Yeah.
2 pawns ahead, pass pawn on f7. Maybe he preferred this. Yeah, this is what white wanted out of the opening when he played g4. He got to push all of his pawns.
So incredible that with the pawn on g4 he could still make something
Yeah,
up.
he just played f5 and he just kept going forward.
Makes you wonder if your move a5 would have been better instead of queen e7.
Yeah, these positions are hard to play on intuition. If you calculate, Kasparov-like, Carlsen-like, Anand-like, then now you can see why they're the best players in the world when they get
That's
these kinds
right.
of positions. And somebody that would play this position well, other than Hikaru, obviously, would be somebody like Ivanchuk, I think, who would somehow calculate his way, out of danger with either side.
Yeah.
But here, at the moment, it looks like white's doing well. Now, of course, black is going to take on d4, maybe play bishop c5, so white has to be careful here. White doesn't
but
want to lose all of his
I'm
pawns.
still not seeing a good move for white, I have to tell you.
Yeah, in this position?
seeing?
What if
Yeah,
I
are you
just
seeing?
retreat? Bishop e3, safe. Block the e4 pawn. Keep
Okay,
my pawn on
so
f7.
I want to play bishop c5, I suppose.
Keep my pawn on f7.
I can take... Oh, wait.
Yeah, but I'm 2 pawns up in this position.
Well, are they going to be...
As long as I keep my f7 pawn, I'm happy.
Right.
If you take my f7 pawn, then I'm only
And what
one
if I
pawn
go
up.
bishop to d5 here?
Yeah, then it's tough. Then bishop c4 is forced.
Man,
Yeah, again, it's
becoming-
very complicated, and
It's really messy, but I mean, it's
yeah.
good to start 2 pawns up, right?
With the pawn on f7, yeah. Black has to do something or he's going to be losing. He's got to get rid of some pawns or get some perpetual going, take advantage of the king on g1. No, I think white saw both
instead-
lines and just preferred
The
this
bishop
one.
was on e2, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I think maybe he just preferred this line.
Well, we're starting to appreciate fe6 no less than f6.
Yeah, they both look good. f5 was a very strong move.
Very strong move.
Yeah.
Really, we did not anticipate it.
It was too obvious. We couldn't find it. Now it looks like some stuff has happened. Yeah, we have some moves. So in this game. So
Okay, so bishop c5 was played immediately.
right, bishop
E3
e3 was played.
Right.
Bishop c5, and he just played rook a c1. Traded bishops, and he took the pawn on e5, not the pawn on f7.
Okay.
So white's
He's assuming the pawn f7 is not going anywhere? Or?
well, yeah, but that's a strong pawn.
That's a strong assumption.
Yeah. Well, again, I'd like to have white, but I'd be afraid to play either color. I'm very afraid.
Yeah.
But okay, there was a pawn on f7. I'm actually surprised he took the pawn on f7. The pawn on e5, not the pawn on f7, unless there must, excuse me, there must be some tactical trick. Because that's a very dangerous pawn on f7.
Well, I mean, I'm assuming that he is expecting to pick it up, but probably it's too
That's a
optimistic.
mistake that I made once. That didn't work out well. The pawn was on e7, but still. Yeah, you can't assume you're picking up the pass pawn in the 7th rank.
Yeah, it's not
That
so
pawn
easy,
can be
is it?
very dangerous. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
So yeah, after queen e5, I really like white because I like this pawn on f7. I'm getting very scared here for black. I still want my pawn back on g2, but I'll take a pass pawn on f7 as an extra pawn.
Yeah, I have to give Jan a lot of credit because we did not like c takes b4 for white, but perhaps that was the right decision.
It was
Hard
certainly
to see
the
what
most
black could have
aggressive.
improved, yeah.
It was sort of like the rope-a-dope this game. f4, g4. No,
Right.
no, just kidding. c3, a4.
Yeah.
No, just kidding. Queen b3, f5, fe. Yeah. He played really aggressive, then
On
positional,
both
then
ends,
aggressive again. Yeah.
Both sides of the board.
Yeah. Very nice play.
Amazing.
Well, he looks pretty happy.
Yeah.
Walking away.
Yeah, Arthur
looking-
looks really, I know Arthur
Yeah.
because I've had a chance to work with him as well. And he has the very concern. When he starts playing with his hair like that, he's not, that's not what he was,
Well, that
hoping.
looks like there's a white piece on b6. So did white play queen b6?
I suppose
Yeah, that's
so.
a white queen on b6. So I have a question.
They're very confident.
You
They
ready for
play
my
fast.
question?
I am.
Queen takes bishop is a threat.
Yes.
Is queen takes rook a bigger threat?
Oh,
That's a bigger threat.
yeah.
Yeah, that's why you play queen b6.
Uh-huh.
If I
And
take
you
this
cannot go
rook,
queen e7 because of
then
rook
we'll
c7.
see if the s7 pawn is weak or not when it queens.
Okay, so the natural thing is to play bishop d5.
Did you stop my threat? You want to play bishop g8 at the
I
end?
wanted to play bishop g8 in the end.
Yeah, I got a bishop on c4. I
Yeah,
don't
and
know.
another rook coming. I don't
Yeah,
think it's going to be good.
yeah, this looks good.
Okay, wait.
Here, we have to show the crowd. The crowd has rights. The only question is bishop c4 or rook c8.
No, either one is winning. so
Yeah, they both win. So
that is not good.
yeah. So what do? You sit there, the board's whirling your hair.
There you go.
Queen b8. Yeah, but okay, my pawn on f7 is there forever.
Maybe I have to go queen d4 check, but it's a very undesirable
Wow.
move.
I take. I play rook c7,
Yeah,
bishop c4. Wow. Yeah.
yeah, it's not looking good. Then the pawn on
No.
f7 stays. I guess Arthur is
No,
in
if I play
real
rook
trouble.
c7 attacking your bishop, I'm going to win the a6 pawn too. No, I don't like queen takes e5. I mean, I wonder if rook f7 had some tactical point that I don't see, but I'm not leaving the pawn on f7. I'm taking that
Right.
pawn. If we go back to show the people at home, I mean, after queen takes, I'm definitely, if it's legal, I'm taking this. Maybe there's some tactical move that wins, but
Yeah, very
I'm
strange.
not leaving that pawn on f7. And then, okay, we still play. But I think after queen b6, I think we're going to see a decisive result pretty quickly. Yeah, queen takes e5, queen b6. We're threatening the bishop, obviously. Queen takes rook on d8. If black trades queens, which he can do with queen d4 check, the white rook is coming to c7, defending the f-pawn, attacking your bishop. Bishop takes a6.
No, it just looks losing, period.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But that's what happens in these sharp Sicilians. It looks okay, and then you resign. Happens all the time.
No, I'm really, at some awe. I mean, I'm definitely in some awe for what happened here.
Yeah, just f5, fe6, takes on
Just when you
f7.
thought that the g4 pawn was out of place, he goes
Yeah.
f5, calmly takes on e6, black cannot recapture.
Yeah, white has more pawns on both sides of the board.
I'm
He's
starting to
threatening
really
everything.
dislike the plan with queen e7. I think that it was a faulty plan. Maybe this whole idea of after a4, b4, maybe it was just in white's favor. Very, very good evaluation by Leo.
Yeah.
Okay, so we assess his position is much better, close to winning.
Yep.
Let's go down the list and see who else we have. Yeah, he's walking around
Yeah,
very
we have this
confidently.
this crazy endgame. Let's go back a lot.
Okay.
So we last look. He played he was playing g5 at the break.
Yeah, c4 and then.
Yeah,
G2.
and then I saw white play king to d3, and then we.
So he did
then-
not dare take it.
Yeah, I think if you take, we can just move our king over. Okay, king f8.
And bishop, wow.
Yeah, he was
bishop.
worried that king e7 would gain a tempo on his bishop.
Right.
So okay, b5 doesn't make a lot of sense. So at least on a4 we can go to d1.
Mm-hmm. So takes.
Comes the king. Here comes the king. Here comes the king. h2. Not a move I would have. He wants to play
Well,
bishop
bishop
d5.
d5. And when
He's
the pawn on
sneakier than
c4.
I am.
Yeah,
Okay.
and he did. Yeah.
And he has to take. And
Okay.
black's a pawn up and playing for the win. And his h-pawn's the right color. That's nice.
Mm-hmm.
a3. And here we
And
go.
this is the position.
Huh. Same colored bishops.
So Michael came out of this quite well.
Yeah, we knew he was always, I mean, the last
Yeah.
15 moves or so, he's been playing for a win and like
Yeah.
a slightly better position. But
I think he managed to completely
it's very
defuse the
clear.
preparation of
Yeah.
Lee.
Yeah, and the time situation doesn't matter much because there was so much theory. He has plenty of time on his clock, especially with the 30-second increment.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, as long as he doesn't pull a Magnus Carlsen, he should be fine.
Yeah. Well, he cannot pull a Magnus Carlsen because you do get 30 minutes added here.
Yeah, but only at move 40. If
Right.
he thinks it's at move 60 as well, then he's in trouble.
Then he's in trouble.
Yeah.
So I wonder, can he win this with those separated pawns? Sometimes those islands can help, right? The a7 pawn is going to stop the
Yeah, it's
the
good
two
that it's
white
still on
pawns.
a7. Good
Yeah,
place for
and
it.
the f7, h5 are going to move together with the bishop and the king to see if you can.
Yeah, very good win.
Somewhat
chances.
reminds me that very famous Fischer-Karras ending of bishop and h and f pawns against bishop, and Fischer won in a very nice maneuvering game. Here, of course, white still has 2 against 1 on the queen side, but well, it's not an easy win, that's for sure.
Right, it's not an easy draw. It's going to
That's
be,
even
it's
more
gonna be
sure.
a big fight still.
Yeah,
But yeah, Bodak
it's a
could
bit
be happy.
demoralizing to defend a position like this.
Yeah, and also especially when you're the one who prepped it and your opponent supposedly didn't know the line. And
That's right, with white.
basically with rook f8 was just a great move.
Yeah. Rook
To me, that's
f8,
the move
very-
of the round.
I agree. Let's choose another game.
Okay, this is the game where I thought Jeffrey was squeezing and squeezing, and you thought maybe he had more earlier.
Mm-hmm.
He played rook e1,
That
rook
was the
d8
last
before
move,
we
yeah.
went to the break.
Yes.
King b1, following my rule. Nobody knows why, but I was thinking maybe d2 for the king here, but okay. Knight c6.
No, he wants to tickle that d pawn,
Yeah,
otherwise that d pawn will start advancing.
Exactly. Rook e7.
Wait, time out. Go back a second.
We can go back.
One move.
You want to play d4?
Yeah, was that completely out of?
I was reading your mind.
Yes. Would that have been completely outrageous?
No.
I wonder why he did not do it then. Was it d4 c4 he was worried about? Or?
That's not something I would be worried about.
No, because the d4 pawn gains in power, right?
To me, d4 is very reasonable and logical.
Seems like it. Maybe he thinks that this move is not going away also.
Yeah, to me, rook e7 is a little weird. Normally, white wants to trade some pieces to make the d pawn weaker and take away black's counter chances, but yeah, now I'm going to have to agree with you. I hate agreeing with you, but you're always
I
right.
get used to it. It's
Yeah, I
good.
know.
It's
But
healthy
it looks
for you.
like white's losing his advantage.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought he had a much bigger advantage earlier. Yeah, he doesn't seem as happy as he usually does.
No, because his knight on f3 is not as good, and bishop and g7 is like I said, at the very least can take it.
Rook
again-
e7 is a move that I would have played, but I guess it's okay.
Yeah. I think
Still-
we go back to that rule of one weakness, right?
Yeah,
That it's
still
really
I'd rather
tough
be
to win
white.
with that.
Yeah, rather
Yeah,
be
of
white.
course you'd rather
still.
be white
Yeah.
because there is a weakness and white has none.
Yeah.
But bishop on h3, as good as it is just shooting in the air.
Yeah,
not
to
really
me,
doing
king
anything.
b1, c3 was really slow.
I agree.
Usually I'm not
That's-
complaining that the juniors are playing too slow, so
Yeah.
a different complaint than usual.
So we'll see if Jeffrey has the patience to somehow do a Carlsen here.
And we were very impressed with the Wonders position,
Mm-hmm.
and we're even more impressed, I think, now.
Let's see it.
Yeah, so he played G4 when we went to the break.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, A6 instead of knight F6. See, this is too slow.
Yeah, I'm
He, had to
wondering-
play, he was afraid of knight B5. We have to play knight
Right.
F6 right away. Yeah, now
but maybe he calculated, listen, maybe after, instead of A6, after knight F6, he calculated knight B5. And if F takes E, then knight takes D6.
yeah, okay,
Oh, but
I'm
now the king is on D2,
I'm not,
so
I'm
pawn
not
D5.
unhappy here, yeah, because things are getting tricky. That's
Yeah, we
okay.
can take a lot of
F3,
stuff
D5. Yeah, F3's hanging, D5's hanging. Yeah.
So
and-
now was the time to play knight F6, right?
yeah, I want this to be tricky, even if it's good for white, because I don't want it to be good for white and it's not tricky.
Correct.
Yeah, after A6, I think G4 is a very strong move. And we're just going to play H3, lock it down, and then we're going to go in on the queen side.
Right. Also, G5 becomes a move.
Yeah. Okay, so he traded, bishop F6. He's playing the Ben Finegold maneuver, bishop D8 to either B6 or A5. But I think it's important to play bishop D8 to control these dark squares on the queen side. But yeah, it's a very defensive way for black
It
to
would take
play.
a long way to get
Yeah.
this bishop back to life.
Yeah.
So what did white do here?
But okay, I like this move. I was complaining the bishop on G7 was dead, and now to D8
Oh,
we can control some
I think it's a
squares.
forced maneuver.
Yeah, and bishop E2, and it's just very pleasant for white. Very
Is that the
unpleasant for
position
black.
right now?
Yeah,
Okay, we're expecting something like bishop D8, right?
yeah. Unless he decides he's a junior player and plays B5. Sometimes they decide that. They play aggressive.
You really
when-
think so?
Sometimes you decide you're a junior player and you have to play aggressive.
Isn't it just outright bet after A4?
Well, after B5 really weak in C6.
I think it's just
Yeah.
horrible.
Yeah, so you're just going to play
B5, A4, and after B4, knight A2.
You're just going to play bishop
Knight
D8
C1,
and
knight
defend on the
B3.
queen side. Yeah,
Yeah, I think that, yeah,
but we both want to have white.
for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, he's really, really tied up with this knight and bishop.
No, Wonder
and
has
the
a
rook
nice
on A8.
position, and I think we both like king takes D2 now.
Yes.
Because
Yes, we
white's
came
rooks
to
are
that
connected
realization
and-
once we realized that taking with the rook was just out of the question.
Yeah.
On
No, black
D5,
just
I mean.
black just has to defend the rest of the game.
Yeah.
Just try to draw.
Yep.
Now a lot of developments in our Grunfeld game. Lots of pawn moves. Also, we had a really funny move that I didn't understand, but I'm going to find out. After F5, bishop F3, E5 was played.
Yeah.
And white
So he
played a move
decided
that
to
I was
pass-
going to suggest, but I just didn't think it was good. He played queen B4.
Well, we said bishop F8, right?
Yeah, threatening mate, bishop F8, and then I was wondering what's going on. Queen B2. Maybe he wants to play rook FB1 and knight takes C4. He's playing for some tactical tricks. Just gaining a tempo. Okay, bishop went to D6 instead of back to G7. I agree. Rook FB1, he wants to take on C4. E4. Bishop E2. Rook B8. And black is still a pawn ahead. And white played bishop G4, bishop F3, bishop E2. Preparing for bishop F1.
Yeah.
This all seems like it favors black.
Am
Like
I
the
alone
last-
in
the
thinking
last-
that? I thought that
No, like the last five or
now
six
it's my turn
moves.
to. Before we saw a bunch of very useful moves for white,
Yeah.
increasing his space advantage. Now I'm seeing knight B6, knight D5. I'm seeing castles.
No, I'm
for
starting.
black.
I'm
the
thinking.
queen is going to come out of the C8 square.
I'm thinking bishop G4 wasn't best because it seems like F5 E5 just refutes it.
Or he should have followed it up with bishop H3 after F5.
That was more interesting. Yeah.
With
you-
the idea
you
of E4.
suggested, Yeah.
Who would have believed that black would manage to get his pawn from E7 to E4 without any loss of time? That has to mean that white has done something wrong, right?
Well, again, there's some tactics in the position, but I mean, white might be sacrificing a piece soon and just playing for tricks.
He might have to.
Yeah. No, again, I think black has to be happy. He's a pawn up, and it's not clear where white's compensation is. I thought he had easy compensation before, but now I'm not so sure.
Anything but easy.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, the queen looks very, very clumsy on B2.
Yeah, queen b4 really surprised me.
Yeah, I don't think that this maneuver is... The bishop wasn't that amazing on G7. I don't think it's worse on D6. It's probably better.
Yeah, no, bishop on d6.
And black
good.
is now really good and ready to castle, right? Finally. And then the knight can come somehow to D5, and there's only the p-sack trick, but I don't think that it's going to work.
Yeah, this seems like black's done well the last few moves. This f5, e5, e4 seem to work out well.
Yeah. Unless he has some F3 at some moment and trying to break again. Is it possible to play F3 in that position?
You know why you can't play f3?
Because you say never play F3.
Never play F3. No, but F3, other than sacrificing material, seems like the only plan.
Yeah.
But okay, I'm a pawn up. I mean, I can take, I can attack H2. I can castle. I'll just take on F3 and castle, I guess.
Yeah.
You know, Black's moved all the pawns, but it seems okay.
Well, can I play F3 and then you take, bishop takes, castles E4? Do I have anything else as white at all?
No, that's very reasonable. The problem is you're down a pawn.
No, I've been done upon for a while.
I know.
I have to try to justify it one way or
Yeah,
another.
because Black has that 4 square, can play bishop F4. Queen C7, and I don't know, I'm not sure what. Okay, but
You like black.
no, but I agree F3 is a reasonable idea. Which
Well,
is
I
in
don't
fact
see
the
anything
center.
else. The queen is not
It's normal
moving,
when
the
the
knight
black
is not
pawn's on
moving.
E4, yeah.
Unless you decide to go crazy and sack a piece right now. I mean, he could go for it with like knight takes E4, pawn takes E4, bishop takes E4, preventing him from castling. And the queen is going to shift to A2 on the long diagonal with bishop F7 and the queen coming in. Okay, it's not. I don't really believe it, but I don't know if he has anything better.
No.
If he grows impatient, then
No,
he might
yeah,
go
he's
for
probably
it.
thinking, do I sacrifice now and go for it and hope things work out, or just play F3
Yeah.
and slowly try to get compensation?
And both sides are starting to feel
Yeah.
time pressure ensuing, right?
Yeah. No, this is the part of our show where everybody's getting less than half an hour and
That's right.
everybody has to make 15, 20 moves.
And the viewers are really getting their money's worth.
yeah, now it's really interesting.
And here's the gaming question. Let's see the facial expressions of the players.
yeah.
So they just look
No,
pensive,
Xiong was
but
walking
not,
around pretty happy, and then he
Yeah.
sat down and looked really nervous. Before he was away from the board, he looked like, yeah, everything's going great.
But what is he nervous about? Is it his move even? No. Oh, it is his move. So what did Luke play?
I think there's a pawn on F3. There's no pawn on F2.
There you go. So he
So
played
he
F3.
played F3, yeah.
So he didn't listen to you.
You mean he played F, and Black didn't either, he played F6.
These two are just completely
Draw agreed.
complete bandits.
No, F3 I understand.
Okay, so
F6, I prefer when Black played F5. That was nicer.
And he is thinking, and I'm wondering what about. I don't think you can allow white to take on E4, right? Taking on E4 followed by E5.
Well,
or
he's
knight
probably
on E4.
thinking about Queen C7 also. But then take E4, Bishop H2 check, King H1 has to be good for white.
I will be. I will
Yeah.
for sure. I'll do that for white.
Yeah, I think going crazy, it wasn't time yet, so F3 is probably the right move.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to go crazy, and both sides should have less than 2 minutes.
Well, the difference is that the black is going to get to castle, whereas in deadline he wouldn't castle. So it was now or not or never.
Yeah.
It's always easy to sit in the commentator's chair and sacrifice somebody else's pieces.
Even then, I get a little nervous.
I do very well at that.
Yeah?
Oh, knight takes e4, pawn takes e4, bishop takes e4. Looks really appetizing. Again, with the idea of playing something like queen to a2 and trying to get. I mean, there's some clumsiness on the left side for black, so
But I'm very scared.
I'm curious
don't like
what a
giving up a
computer
piece.
might say about something like that. That would be really exciting to know.
Nah, it's not going to like knight takes c4.
You don't think so?
I speak for the computer. Yeah, so we can go back half a move.
Okay.
And we're looking at this variation. And the idea is white's going to play queen a2 and bishop f7 check. And man, even if I play both of those moves, I still like white. I still like black.
Really?
King f8, and you got nothing. I never believe in piece sacrifices. Okay, the king's not going to castle, but I'll castle next game. There's 8 more rounds, Aviv.
Well, I guess the computer really does not like that.
No.
I'm just looking at the computer on the website just to see what the evaluation is without much analysis. And after 3 choices, black is already at -1 without that move suggested. So
Yeah.
I guess,
no, F3.
I guess it's
F3 getting rid of the black pawn on E4 makes a lot of sense,
Right.
and trying to open the center while the black king is still there. Activate
Right.
white's pieces.
an Akshat took on
Yep.
F3, and
Makes
we're
sense.
anticipating bishop takes F3, I assume.
Yeah, I would be surprised by something else.
I mean, knight takes is less logical. The bishop just stays weak on f2, so he has to take with the bishop.
Yeah, it looks like he did.
He did?
He did take back. I don't see anything
Yeah,
on
yeah,
D2.
and there's something on d2, so I guess
Yeah.
he took with the bishop.
Yeah.
Yeah, here we go.
And now we expect castles or queen c7.
Mm-hmm.
Now, it's a very interesting first round matchup. Luke has played in so many juniors, and Akshat's going to play in many more.
Mm-hmm. You know, Akshat is a very interesting person for me because, as you know, I've been associated with youth chess for 20 years now. And in some capacity, one capacity or another, you get to know all those kids, either by, seeing them at camps, seeing them at the World Youth or Pan American. And he lives in New Jersey, my home state, and he just meteorically rose to almost grandmaster. He never went to any of those tournaments. I've never seen, his name until relatively recently, when he was pursuing his first IM title, and now he has this quest for the grandmaster blog that he has, which is very interesting. Always annotates games and tells about his tournaments. And I got introduced to him officially to him and his father last night, and they left a very, very good impression. Very modest and very polite, and
yeah, and I played
he's
Chandra,
very venomous over the board too.
I played him about almost 2 years ago, not quite, in Michigan, and very strong tournament in Michigan, probably the strongest ever. It was international, which had maybe 15 grandmasters.
Ooh.
A very strong tournament. I lost in the last
in
round.
Detroit or in Auburn?
Yeah, in suburban Detroit. And I lost to Schulman in the last round, so he tied for first instead of me. Story of my life. And I played Chandra earlier in the tournament, and I won a really long, complicated game. I think I played pretty well. And yeah, a lot of times when you win a complicated game in a tournament like that, the opponents aren't always as gracious as they could be. But yeah, he was very nice and was even suggesting improvements for me, moves he thought maybe were better, and just thought he was had a bad position when it was really complicated. So he was very objective about everything and not so upset that he lost, but tried to just figure out where to play better. So yeah, if you're going to beat players like I've beaten Chandra and I've beaten Sevian, but okay, you're going to play them when they're like 11, 12 years old, I'm not going to beat them anymore.
Yes.
And yeah, I played Jeffrey in the Spice Cup about 2 years ago and offered him a draw. Well, I didn't really offer a draw. We repeated in the opening, and we sort of both had to repeat. Like I was going to get my queen trap, or he'd lose a pawn, and we drew pretty quickly. And I was really scared before the game because even though he was a FIDE master, he had gone 8-0 in the U.S. Chess League, beating 3 GMs. So I was like, okay, we got to watch. Maybe his ratings doesn't caught up to his strength. We have to be careful. Yeah. So we drew pretty quickly, and I haven't played him since, but.
Apropos the comment that you made just a few minutes ago about you have to beat them when they're young.
Yeah.
I have some friends who have beaten both Caruana and Nakamura when they were very, very young, back in New York sometime. How often can you go ahead and say that you have beaten
that's for sure,
top two, you have a positive score against top 10, two of the top 10 players?
You were there when I drew Nakamura in the U.S. Open in New Jersey.
2006,
yeah, 2007.
7.
And of course, the game I beat Caruana, but that was almost before you were born.
So you have 1.5 out of 2 against them.
I beat Caruana when he was had still living in the U.S. So
okay, he was very, very young.
Yeah, I think he was 11 or
something.
12. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I'm not gonna. In fact, we were in London. We were talking about it earlier with Tony. We talked about the game there. So he remembered,
exactly.
and here at Sicilian Cup, he talked about it also. So he's waiting for his revenge, but I have bad news for him. He's not going to get it.
Yeah, he'll never play again.
And if he plays the same tournament as me, then something funny is happening. So lifetime
you
record.
have done very well. Or
lifetime record is safe.
It's going to say, funny. And we have a picture of Jeffrey Xiong in his trademark hoodie.
As long as it's a trademark.
I have a feeling that he realized that the best is behind him.
Hey, look at this position. This is pretty drawn.
Yeah.
Wow, he's got nothing.
No,
he's got plenty of it. Wow, let's go back.
Yeah.
Rook E7. Wow, he played knight D4.
Well, what else can he do?
Well, that's
It
just.
looks like the position already ran out of steam.
Yeah,
I think
that's just a draw. Yeah.
at this stage, I think that there's not much anymore.
Yeah.
I think someone at the rating and the level of Mika, he should be able to hold up with no.
I thought we were going to see 5 decisive games. Now we could have some draws.
Well, look, they tried. We can't blame them
Yeah.
for.
Yeah, Jeffrey had more. Jeffrey had a good opening and had nice position.
I think that he let something escape.
Yeah. No, this seems like Black is doing fine.
Either his decision to just isolate the pawn just was not enough, or afterwards playing King B1 and C3 was just too slow, or a combination of the two.
Well, he's still going to press because Black has an isolated A pawn and White's more advanced on the king side, but
Yeah, but
yeah,
opposite
but
color
it should
bishops
be a
is
draw.
shouldn't win. No.
So good defense.
Okay.
Uh-oh, I have some unusual news for Aviv.
Tell me, what
One
is
of my
that?
crazy suggestions happened.
B5.
I see the pawn on B5.
Okay.
You hear me talking?
I hear you talking, and I'm very curious to see what happened if Liang, if
Well,
A1
I
goes
don't
A4.
I don't see why White has to do anything. A4 is fine, but
Well, I mean, to play,
Wow.
amuse me. A4, what do you do?
I resigned. No, but
That's a choice.
I said B5 is a junior move.
And
You
it
got to
was
play
played.
aggressively. You can't just sit back and defend.
Yeah, after A4, if you take my knight, it's just dominating the queen side. If you advance, I go knight A2, attack the pawn.
Yeah, C6.
Then I'm
is
going to
really
go knight
weak.
C1 and knight B3, and it
Yeah,
just looks.
Rook C1, Rook C7, Bishop B5. It's really strategically very strong for White. B5
looks-
is really weakening.
It looks really bad.
Yeah.
Then
But-
again,
but-
the
but
question:
I
what
sugge-
could he have done?
But I suggested it. What?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's very, very weakening move. Gain some space, but C6 is gone forever. C7. Now the bishop on E2 can
And
attack
I think
those
that the white
pawns.
knight is getting squares. After A4, if you go B4, knight A1, knight A2, knight C1, knight B3.
Yeah, so this
That
is
could
what
be a
Aviv,
possible
this is what
maneuver.
Aviv wants to do. And then he wants to play the knight to B3, play the rook to C1, play the rook to C6 and C7.
Yes. I
And
think that this
black-
is just
and
over.
Black just says, man, I wish I could move something.
It's almost just white is making moves and black is not making
Yeah.
moves.
No, this pawn structure is really favorable to White because you can't attack E4 and
Mm-hmm.
A5 is weak and White's bishops are much better controlling the queen side. So it's, yeah, this decision to play B5 after bishop F6 was
He just
a
lost
bit-
patience,
a
I
bit-
think.
yeah, yeah, exactly.
Oftentimes in a position where you're cramped and have no concrete plan,
Yeah.
you just knee-jerk some move and
Maybe it's just because I suggested it. He's on B5.
maybe he heard you.
Yeah. He didn't hear you though.
No.
That's for sure.
Well, we'll see in a few moves.
We
should
have one of these mysterious rook moves. It's not too mysterious,
show
but it's
it.
good for the crowd. Rook to
Bring
G8,
us.
as you predicted.
Rook to G8.
No, obviously, White was going to play H5 last move, and he wants to take all the pawns. So he's just stopping H5, F5.
That's
Yeah.
good prophylactic.
And now if he wants to take over the E file or trade rooks, he can play King D8 and Rook E8.
Right.
Yeah, not that he wants to do that. I would just play King D6. Yeah, it's hard for White to make progress if you can't play H5 or F5, and you can't move your rook down the E file. What are the other plans?
Yeah, I mean,
There's,
you have
there's
an
not a
open
lot of
file
plans
that
for
shoots nowhere
yeah,
again.
not a lot of plans here for White.
So, okay, on we go to another game.
Yeah, so likely this will be a draw at Jeffrey's game.
I think so.
Black is still a pawn up in Bodak's game with Rufeng Li. And
Okay, so he's advancing his pawns. He's
two
going to go
passed pawns.
king up to F6 eventually, probably G5. Try to advance both pawns.
I wouldn't have played F5. I think I would have moved my king up first, but
So I think
it's probably going to be the same thing.
I think we're going to look at one more game and then we'll take another 2-minute break.
Okay.
So let's see one more game.
Let's see the game we thought was going to end pretty soon.
And the evaluation
queen-
doesn't
queen-
seem to have changed.
Queen B6,
He played Rook D7, right?
Rook
What?
to D7. Okay, that saves both pieces.
Yeah.
Rook to F5 attacking the queen
Okay.
and preparing for the other rook to go to F1 if necessary.
Queen
And
E7.
now queen to C5.
Okay. what
There
is
must be
going
some
on?
tactical justification that I haven't figured out yet. I'm trying to
Why
see
is
what
he
he
giving
does.
the precious pawn when he could have saved it?
Exactly. So that's what I'm trying to figure
What
out.
was wrong with the move like bishop to C4, I wonder?
Well, he might have been worried about E3 and
E3
Queen
and then
E4.
Queen E4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or E2. Queen
Okay,
is
so-
C5. Wow. I'm trying to figure it out and I can't. I can't figure out why black can't take the pawn either way, by taking queens or just taking right away. So this game, I thought White was just going to win very quickly, but now I'm
now
confused.
it's open again.
Very confused. Yeah, it seemed like that pawn was very safe on f7.
It looked like he was
Black
up 2
surrounded
pawns,
it.
and now it looks like he's going to be even.
Yeah, this move I don't understand. I don't see a black queen on e7, so I'm guessing they traded queens on c5.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, definitely they did.
Yeah, there's a rook on c5 and a rook on f5 as well.
Very confused. It seemed like White was just winning, and now I'm just wondering if White's better.
Why did he have to lose this pawn, I wonder?
I don't know. I'm very confused.
Yeah. Well, perhaps a little clearing of the head will help.
Yeah.
We are going to take another 2-minute break, and please stay with us, and we'll be back in just 2 minutes. Stay with us with a U.S. Championship, Junior Close Championship, and Chess Club and Center of Scholastic Center of St. Louis. Be right back. we are back live from the 2015 U.S. Junior Closed Chess Championship from the Chess Club and Scholastic Center in St. Louis, Missouri. I'm Aviv Friedman with local Grandmaster Ben Finegold. And in the studio we have a special guest, assistant arbiter of the tournament and longtime club employee, Mike Kammer. Hello, Mike. Welcome to the show.
Thank you very much, Aviv.
And is this your first experience in such a major event in that capacity?
Yes. So I went down to Las Vegas last month, and I got a FIDE Arbiters seminar, and I got my first norm there, and then I held over for the National Open and directed the under 2200 section in that event. So now this is my third major event now.
And will this be the third or second norm then?
Oh, maybe I can't add. All right, it's the second. It's the second event, and then following the U.S. Junior Closed Championship, we'll be having a Grandmaster Norm tournament where I will get my third Norm.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. So you're going to be a FIDE arbiter by the end of the summer.
Yep, just like that.
Sounds good. And you are on your way for IA as well? Is that the final goal?
Yes. Hopefully, I'll be assisting Chris Bird at the Sinkfield Cup, and maybe I'll get more and more norms and keep plugging away.
Now, what do you like better, being an assistant arbiter, deputy arbiter, or making the videos for the beginner breakdown?
Well, nothing beats the videos, right? I mean, it's too much fun going over all the U1200 games, and I'll probably be doing a big recap of this event coming up in about a couple weeks.
And you can find all this on the club's YouTube channel, of course?
Yes, yeah. You know, you can just type in chess lecture, chess club, yep, and you know, we have about 500 videos on there, and you know, me, Ben Finegold, Yasser, me, Friedman, obviously, yeah, we're all on there having a great time.
Now, have there been any snafus? You know, anybody like writing notes of their game or Lego electronics? Everything's on the up and up here.
Right.
So far.
I mean, it's so far so good. There's been no shenanigans by all these well-behaved teenagers. So far so good.
Awesome.
So tell us a little bit about your duties and what do you do in your capacity as assistant arbiter?
Sure. You know, I set the clocks, made sure all the pieces looked all nice and all straight, and you know, and then I do a lot of Swiss Sys stuff. You know, all the good stuff.
You run the stuff on the computer as well?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'll be entering the results. I'll be submitting the results. I've got the pairings all made out for the whole event, so. And that they're all right, too.
That's good, that's good. We noticed that Tony took upon himself to do the wanding of the players. We thought that you'd be the one to do that.
Yeah, well, see, I was very meticulous when I wanted them, and he was like, let's just get on with the show. Right?
I see.
So it's like, so he got 7 of the players, but I only got 3.
Well,
but
some wandering yourself.
Yes.
What is the assistant wanderer?
Assistant wanderer.
Wow, very good.
There's a song like that by Dion.
I know.
Yes.
Yeah, very, very well. So yeah, en route to FIDE arbiter, and with the final pursuit of international arbiter, are you going to perhaps officiate in any other events other than the Sinkfield Cup? Any other big events?
Well, I guess they're gonna test me out and make sure I don't make any big mistakes, and then
I'm sure you'll be fine.
And then they'll groom me to superstardom here.
Would officiating at the U.S. Women's or Men's Championship also be a step in that direction?
I mean, I wouldn't rule anything out. I mean, I'd be honored to help run the event in any capacity they would like.
Very nice, very nice. And tell the viewers who don't know you, if there anybody that doesn't know you by now.
That's possible.
It's not possible, I know, but for the chosen few, tell us a little bit about how long have you been with the club and how did you get to work at the club?
Well, it's a funny story how I got to work at the club. I was a beer superstar before this, and they gave me a raise, okay? And so I was like, oh, I'm real happy. And then they took the raise away. I'm like, you can't take the raise away from me. And so then I called up Tony Rich, who I've known from the high school chess days, and I said, hey, Tony, you got anything good? And he got me a part-time job here. So the club opened July 17th, 2008, so we're going to be celebrating our 7th year anniversary coming up July 18th. We'll have a big chess tournament, cupcakes. It's going to be a lot of fun on Saturday, July 18th. But so I've been actually here since July 15th, 2008, at our pre-opening.
Oh my goodness! So
You've
you
been
are
here since the beginning.
Yeah,
since before the
That's-
beginning.
and-
before the
and-
beginning,
And
yeah.
so you're still part-time now?
No, sir.
About a couple years ago, they promoted me to full-time. So I was very happy.
An
about
assistant manager of the club, I might
Yeah,
say.
now I'm assistant manager along with Alex Marler, who has also been here since day one, and Ryan Chester.
Yep. So that's a strong troika at the helm now.
Yes, we got it all
Very nice.
covered.
Good division of all the duties I heard, and the club is run meticulously. I must say, as a guest, you know they say that guests always see the wrong in every entity or establishment that they visit.
Yes.
But I must say, and again, maybe I'm biased because I really, really like it. I've been here 5 times last year, as you well know. But the club is just fantastically run. It's really a pleasure to be here always.
I'm glad
And
you
we
said
thank
that.
All
you.
thanks to you, Michael.
And we thank you. Definitely. I mean, that's how many times have been the employee of the month?
Every month.
Every month,
Every
practically,
month
right?
since before he started.
I heard that there was an accident 1 month about 3 years ago.
Yeah.
Isn't that true?
No, but
Somebody else was
He
elected,
still
or?
was employee of the month.
Okay, very
Didn't
well,
matter.
very well. So, any more?
Yeah, what do you
questions,
think of the game so far? Do you like when White plays F4, G4, G5, F5?
Well,
That's Mike Cummer kind of chess?
The one game,
Yeah.
which I thought was going to be an absolute blowout, obviously, was the Wonder game. But I'm very disappointed that Wonder's king is on. Yeah, look at that.
Yeah, we love a Wonder's position. We think he's doing great.
Let's try to get to that board
Yeah.
for our spectators. The game between
Yeah, we think
A
that,
Wonder
we
Leon
think
and
White's doing great. You didn't like when he
Iran
played
Han.
King D2, but we liked it.
You liked it?
Yeah, his king's pretty safe. Black's pieces are all
Well,
in the back row.
If he doesn't have anybody challenging him,
Yeah.
I mean, well, you might as well have it on D2.
Yeah,
Here
no,
we
this
go.
looks like
Maybe you
White
play
has a lot of
D3,
space.
you know? Just keep going
Yeah,
forward.
we like White's position. Yeah.
All right.
So before the round, you thought a Wonder was the lock of the tournament for this round. Yeah, and we like his position a lot. So,
All right.
so you're doing
Here we
good.
go the
Mike
game,
Cummer.
and
Good,
look at
all
this.
right, all right.
You're doing well.
My
He
bad.
decided to close the queen side, and he's shifting his bishop. And I guess A4 is inevitable.
Well, it's tough for Black. He can't really do anything. He's sort of tied down in the first row.
Yeah, he managed to trade 1 pair of rooks, but look at his
So
pieces.
a Wonder has a good position, but you wanted more of an attacking, aggressive, not a positional
Obviously.
endgame win. Yeah, not like
So
Cummer's
you're
style.
thinking Rook B8, Rook B7, Rook F7?
Well, that's pretty slow, but maybe. I would just play Rook
A4 is
A7
going to
and
come
hang my
very
rook.
fast.
Yeah, it looks good for White.
Yeah, we've been liking White
We,
for a
we
very
think
long
you're
time.
going to be happy when the round's over.
Okay.
Now, as the assistant deputy arbiter, you're not rooting for any particular
Right,
player.
right.
You're
Obviously
very
not.
objective.
I have no bets on the on the matches.
Hey, there's a first time for everything.
Yeah.
Yeah. The one thing I can't bet on, yeah. It's tough.
Very well. Well, we're going to
Oh.
thank our special guest, Mike Cummer. Thank you for coming, and we wish you great success in your pursuit of FIDE officiating titles. And hopefully see you as an IA.
We'll see you
as soon
more
as
on
possible.
YouTube with more of your beginner beatdowns and more lectures. Awesome.
My pleasure. Thank you. Keep
Absolutely.
up the good work, guys.
And let's concentrate on one of the games. Let's see again that game with Leon.
Yeah.
As we said, he played bishop from G4 to A1. I think that he's preparing A4. Maybe he wants to take with the bishop on A4. And yeah, the space advantage and the pawn structure just scream advantage.
Boy,
for
the knight
White.
on F8, it's gonna stay on F8 for a long time.
Yeah, and somehow the pieces are in the way of each other, right? The bishop
Yeah.
on D7, the bishop on C8, the knight. Not much hope
No,
here.
it's very unpleasant for Black. Yasser would really want to have White.
Yes,
He'd be
definitely.
really happy here because he's
He would be
squeezing.
very happy, yeah.
I think White actually has an advantage on all 3 parts of the board. Very Karpov-like.
Yeah, but still, a game still needs to be won, and we
Mm-hmm.
know the saying about how hard it is to win a one game. So Black moved, and he played.
I can't remember the
something
last time you won a
like that.
game. No.
Yes, especially when you don't play in 13 years, it's hard
That's
to
right.
win
You
games.
haven't won a game in forever.
Okay, so Black played the only move that he had with his bishop, which is bishop h3. He's attacking rook f1.
Okay.
I guess he can just calmly move the rook somewhere, f2 perhaps.
Yeah. I think I would go.
Just not
F2.
give it. Yeah. No, he chose rook g1. Okay.
Also good.
Yeah. I don't think any exciting that's going to happen on the f file. So
No, he's going to kick the bishop out and then maybe play h4 and play a4 and advance on all parts of the board and just try to smush Black.
yeah, this
Black
army is
just
coming
very
from both
very
wings. Huh?
passive, yeah.
And I'm really, really impressed with A Wonder. Look at his concentration level. Such
Mm-hmm.
a young player, already 2-time world champion, already very close to the IM level, senior master level player.
So, when I see a wonder, I see a chess player playing chess, and when you look at him, you see a gold medal in Greece.
I'm hoping.
Yeah.
As we were talking before the show, we said that he seesaws.
Mm-hmm.
1 year he doesn't win, then he wins, then he doesn't win, then he wins. And he hasn't won last year, so
it's his time to win.
it's his time, yes. It's time for a hat trick, right?
3
And the
world
US team will
championships
welcome.
for one player. Wow,
that has not happened as
that
far
would
as
be
I can
very
remember.
impressive.
3
I've never
times.
heard of it. Yeah.
Yeah, it'll be wonderful. And while we're on the topic of youth players and world events, and the games are in progress, maybe it's time to give a little shout out to all the players who played in the Pan American Games that recently finished in Cali, Colombia.
Yep.
And the U.S. team has finished with a record 11 medals, total of 11
And there
medals.
were only 10 Americans there. Amazing.
Amazing, right? Yeah. So there were actually 25 players and 11 medals, 5 gold, 4 silver, 2 bronze, and second overall team trophy. One might wonder, how is it possible to have the most gold medals and we still didn't get the first place? Well, I'll explain very shortly. Unlike the Olympiad, where gold medals count for mega points, and then if you finish beyond third place, it doesn't mean much. Here they give a system where you give 10 points for gold medals, 9 for silver, all the way to 10th place that they get 1 point.
Wow. 9
So
for
if you
silver,
have-
10 for gold.
Yes, so if you have, let's say, a player in 5th place and a player in 4th place, you're pretty much, it's almost like equating gold. So
It's funny, you remember Valery Salov, we talked about him earlier.
yes,
Yeah, he had some interesting ideas about giving prize money in tournaments, and that sounds like Salov. He
It's
was
a
like
Salov
first
idea.
prize 100,000, second prize 95,000, third prize 90,000. And the players are like, wait a minute, what?
Yeah.
That's not how you give prizes.
It's
out.
unfavorable to the
but,
organizers.
But yeah, 10 for gold and 9 for silver. I mean,
Yes.
10 and 5 would
and
be
keep
more,
going. Number 4.
Yeah, but 10 and
6
5
points for
would be
number.
reasonable, not 10 and 9.
That's right.
Yeah.
So this way, countries that come up with big delegations, let's say Peru, traditionally they come up with 100 or 150 players. Well, just by brute force, they have enough players in the top 10 places, and they take first place. So, but we took second place.
But you took the most gold by quite a bit.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. It's not our record goal, by the way. We have had 6 goals before, and but 5 is a good number.
Yeah, well, that's a great tournament.
Yeah. The first year I went to one of those was 1999 in Brazil. I went alone with 7 players. We had 5 golds and 1 silver. So we started a good tradition, and
Yeah,
we
that's
haven't
good.
let.
And now we have
Let
more
go.
players going and more golds.
Yes, definitely.
Very
More
nice.
medals. Period.
Yeah.
So back to the games. Let's see another game other than A Wonder's game.
No, this game was actually shocking what happened.
What
wow,
happened?
it's actually
Whoa.
more shocking since we were shocked. We've been shocked twice just in the
Let's
last
go
7
back.
moves. So in this position, Black played the move Queen C7, which we thought maybe he would do that, maybe he would castle. And after he takes B5, it looks like he took back the wrong way.
That's right.
Taking with the A pawn would retain his extra pawn.
That's right. It's counterintuitive to take with the A pawn.
Yeah, it looks like C pawn. We're opening up our
Yes, a
bishop,
beautiful
but it's a
phalanx.
tactical problem.
Right. Not allowing the rook to go to A7 like it would in the
Yeah.
case of. But here, oops.
Yeah, and after bishop takes b7, there's 2 ways to recapture, but they both lose a different pawn. If you take with the rook, then you're going to lose your pawn on a6.
You can still lose the pawn on C4 as well, right?
Yeah.
Oh, the
That's-
queen is defending.
Yeah.
Sorry.
And if you take with the queen, which
Then pawn C4 is not defended. There you go.
yeah, then queen takes, and now
Knight
finally the queen and rook that are lined up here on the file. Finally, knight takes c4, and we can't take the knight, and the bishop is hanging. White gets his pawn back into tempo. So, wow, I wonder if when he played c takes b5, if he just missed this. That would be a very strange thing to miss.
Well, look what he did. In the game, he actually
He played rook takes
rook
b7.
takes, allowed rook takes A6.
And now he played bishop takes h2 check. So maybe he thought all along this was okay, but this seems like White's getting a lot more active on the queen side than he deserves.
Yeah.
So king h1, finally he castles very late in the game.
On move 26.
Yep. It's funny, my whole life I've been proud of being, 2600 rated because it's not easy, as you know.
Definitely.
And to get my final GM
You
norm.
mean as I don't know?
Yeah, as well, you know and you don't know.
Okay.
But on the final move on the final game that gave me the GM title
Was castles.
Was move 26-0-0.
And black resigned.
No, draw.
Oh, draw.
Yeah,
Okay.
but 26-0-0, 26.
there you go.
Yeah. So after 26 castles, I like that move. That's one of my favorite moves.
Very symbolic for you.
Yeah. So queen a3.
But is it fair to hope that this game will not end in the same result?
This game will not end in the same results. Both sides have winning
worse?
chances. Yeah, bishop g3.
Okay, what is going on here?
I mean, still, I want to have black because I like having, he still has an extra pawn. His king finally castled. But yeah, pawn structure is very strange. White's rook on a6. I haven't decided whether it's good or bad yet. So, no, all three results are still possible.
Bishop h4 is attacked. Can he go
Yeah.
bishop takes and knight f3 or?
Yeah, and both sides have less than 10 minutes. You suggest trading?
Well, this is just my intuitive
knight f3.
blitz kind of
Yeah.
response.
Right.
Get the knight into the
And
king,
White
not
wants
lose
to,
my
and
bishop.
White wants to play queen to e7, rook to e6.
Yes, I want to. My pieces want to penetrate.
The
that's for
b5
sure.
pawn is very weak.
Yeah.
Yeah, this seems like if I had to bet on a result, I would say draw, but I think both sides can win.
Yeah. And I think it's funner to play with white, no?
Well, I like having an extra pawn, but yeah, it seems like difficult to figure out what
I
to
mean,
do.
the pawn on b5 is just in need of babysitting. Something is coming to
No,
e7 or d6.
we need to play knight f6, knight g4. We need to scare the guy.
Okay,
Very
but after
important.
knight f6, perhaps I can go
Very
queen
important to
d6, or-
scare. What move do you want to play?
I was thinking of queen d6, but I don't think I can do it because you take and then knight e4.
Yeah,
So that might be not so good.
threatening everything.
Yeah, that's not good. No, so you have to go back.
So bishop g3.
Okay, so maybe some other solution other than taking a knight f3, because then there's a mating pattern. But how do you defend bishop?
You
How do
can
you
play
defend
bishop e7, which you wanted to play all along, but then you might actually get mated. You got to be careful. White's king is actually...
Very,
Yeah, with the black
Drafty.
bishop on g3, I don't know if I like the king on h1 so much. Yeah, so I'm starting to like black. Black's a pawn up, and I don't know, white has some issues. e3 is weak, c3 could be weak, king is exposed.
do I have a queen e7 move here, or is that just nothing? No, probably not.
Queen e7 defending the bishop, yeah. But still, I want to have. I wanna
my
have
queen
black.
is offside, right?
Yeah, I want to have black. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so we are favoring black in this
And
game,
both
even
sides
though it
have 8
seems
minutes
like
left to make lots of moves.
yeah, this could be a time pressure thing.
13 moves each in 8 minutes, so all results are possible. Right now, we like black.
Right. Okay, so go to the next game. We have a pawn ending, a bishop ending. 2-4. Okay.
This was the game that we didn't understand at all. It looked like White was just going to win immediately, and then he gave his f pawn away.
And I'm told that there's a game that has finished. Can we look at the Bodak game, please?
Yes. I don't know what was going on there.
Well, I know that there's
I
no
know
more
what's going on
pieces.
now. Yeah, when we went on break for a couple of minutes, it looked like White had sort of punished the move f5. I thought f5 was too early. Black should move his king up. And
How
that's
did
what,
he?
that's what happened. White moved his king up and attacked that f pawn. And we have to play bishop e6. I don't think you can win this position. I mean, Black really can't do anything. What's Black's plan?
That's right. The problem with
Yeah,
separated pawns is
yeah,
that he...
yeah, I didn't like letting the king go to f4 and attacking the f pawn right away.
But you know what? I'm thinking that unless Black could really conquer the dark squares and then support his pawn...
yeah, it was probably a draw anyway, but this just had no
he's
chance
just
at
forced
all.
to draw immediately.
Right, well, what are you going to do? No, I think that after king f4, bishop d3, it was over.
Right.
Yeah, this is just a draw.
Can you go back to the position before he played f5 and see just if you can look...
Yeah,
this
I don't
up?
like the move f5. Yeah, I think he needed to move his king up first. Maybe it didn't matter, but I think that just made it easy for White. Because king goes to f4, bishop goes to c2, and it seems like that's about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very interesting. So, this is the moment where he played f5?
Yeah.
So, was he in time, go back, was he in time to play king e7 or g7 and climb up, or probably... Maybe
It might
he
lead
was.
to the same thing, but maybe there's some
But
more
you can
chances.
maybe not touch that pawn for a
And
bit,
if only
right?
we had the guy here, we could ask him.
If only.
Exactly.
Maybe we are going to make sure that we have the guy in order to
Let's
ask him,
do
but,
that.
but until we do, let's take one more look. So if king g7, king g3, king f6, and maybe there could be... Maybe he can... maybe there's even a bishop e8. Oh no, bishop, the pawn is protected, so... King f4 looks forced, no?
Then
King f4, king h4.
king h4, king e5.
Okay, so I suppose that we should hear it from the horse's mouth, as the saying goes. And in about 30 seconds, we are going to have a special guest in our studio.
Yeah, but we have a lot more to look at, like even before that, just talking about the preparation and the opening and such.
Uh-huh.
So let's look at the whole game. Let's
Okay,
start
so
from
let's
some
get
reasonable
to
points.
the relevant position and
Yeah, actually, let's start here.
but
This
maybe we
is-
should introduce our special guest first.
We have a special guest.
We do.
Ah,
Magic. We have Michael Bodak from New York.
he just appeared. Very
Just
nice.
appeared
I
out
didn't
of
even
nowhere.
notice.
He was teleported right here
Yeah.
very quickly. And hi, Michael. Welcome to the studio.
Thanks.
And you just
And-
played in the World Open,
Yeah.
and then the next day you flew here.
Yeah.
Good job.
How did you do at the World Open?
In the World Open, I got 4.5 out of 7. I didn't really play anyone too good, so except Gadakamsky, of course, who beat me.
He's pretty good.
Yeah. And then I didn't have such a great performance, so I just left to take a rest day and get an extra day to rest and prepare for the tournament.
There you go. So tell us a little bit about the game. Let's put the analysis board on.
Yeah, have you faced King B1 before?
Yeah, I've faced King B1 a lot, and there are a lot of ways to play, and I thought Rook B8 is the most confusing for White to deal with.
Okay.
So, and
But it seemed to me like your opponent was playing quicker than you in the opening and middle
yeah,
game. Was
I
that
mean,
true?
he was playing very, very fast, so I guess he prepared a lot of it beforehand.
Okay. And you've had this before?
Yeah, I've had this before.
Okay. So when were you out of your prep?
After E4.
Okay, so this is the end of your prep?
Yeah, and here I think I should be fine.
What have you faced before instead of E4, instead of E5, E4?
I think after H4 the whole thing is forced. I was just worried that after pawn takes D5 a few moves earlier, I forgot after knight takes E5, knight takes, pawn takes D5. I forgot which way I was supposed to take, so that's why I was thinking for a while here. And I looked at knight takes D5, but I think it's less accurate because of bishop C4.
Okay,
It just
right.
gives white more options.
Yeah, and I spent a lot of time looking at this absurd variation. Knight takes E3, queen takes D8, knight takes C4, and then
In the spirit of that variation in the King's Indian, right?
yeah, and I just decided that this
Might be a bit
can't-
much.
Yeah, there's no way that this is great. And
For a
this-
1 minute game, I think it's a great line.
oh yeah, of course.
However, when your opponent has an hour to think, maybe not.
Yeah.
So we went into
And
this
E4,
line.
this position you already knew
Yeah,
existed?
E4. I know about this one.
Okay,
And bishop D4.
You took?
Yeah.
So this is still within preparation?
No, after bishop D4, I'm on my own.
Yeah.
Did you consider to play bishop E6 as well, or?
I looked at bishop E6, but I felt like after bishop E6, rook, then bishop takes G7, and then bishop takes D5.
Yeah, bishop B7 seems like gives you more options.
Yeah.
'Cause bishop B6 blocks the E file.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think this isn't the best
Okay.
thing to get.
And here, he played rook E5, and before he played it, I suggested bishop B5 without a computer,
Oh,
which is
yeah.
very scary to suggest without a computer.
Now
because-
bishop B5 is it's fine. Just it's close to the game. I would take on D5, and then after he takes an E8, I would take on G7, and I'm pretty sure this is pretty comfortable.
Yeah, we thought black was doing well,
Yeah.
at least equal, if not more.
No, probably this is even more, because the bishop is a bit
So
out of-
we thought rook F8 was a fantastic move.
Thanks.
We really
Yeah,
liked
we
that
liked
move. Yeah. So rook E5.
We included the mate ideas, but not so accurately.
Yeah.
I mean, this
and
is
then bishop
even-
B5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And for some reason, I like black here. It was hard to explain
Yeah.
why, but it seemed like it was better to have the pawn on A7 than the pawn on H4
I
for
mean, I
queening
think-
purposes.
And your king is closer.
What I think is that I think I'm better here because I control the long diagonal because I can both stop the queen side and corral my king side pawns forward.
So you played H5, and we were thinking about the move F5. Is that something here, or just
F5.
pushing F5, H6, G5, King F6?
Yeah, maybe.
There's some sort of a race, right, with C5 immediately, or?
Maybe that's something, but I guess I was very low on time, and I felt like H5, I guess, is just safer. I didn't want to keep the symmetry. I wanted to break it somehow. Because I figured that he played C4 first, so if it's a straight race, I'm probably going to be one tempo behind in the end. So I just wanted to, I think this way is faster.
And did anything surprise you here, or you expected some of these
Yeah, I
moves?
expected King D3, but
Okay.
and then I think King E3 was a mistake
What
because
should you play instead?
Bishop D7,
Oh, stopping your pawn there.
and then after I play Bishop G2, King E3. Now I've lost the tempo, and after H3, King F2, and I'm frozen, so I can't push the pawn. So I wasn't gonna push H3, and after Bishop D7, I want to move one more back. Actually, no, Bishop D7.
Oops.
Yeah, Bishop D7. I was gonna play King E7.
Bishop H, right?
Yeah, then Bishop H3, then maybe Bishop F3. and I'm not sure that. I think there's still 3 results are possible from here. After bishop
It's
G.
tricky.
Yeah. I think my dream was to get my pawns on h3 and f3, and then maybe have those pawns go all the way down and immobilize the bishop. And if my king can deal with the queen side, then maybe. But yeah, I think king e3 is just a mistake. It just gives me a position I can push from.
Yeah, this seemed nice for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we really frowned at f1.
I mean, I couldn't think of anything to do here, because I think objectively it should be a draw from the start, and I thought f5 could be a way, just because I felt like it was going to be a race with the b and a pawns. Though I also looked at f6 instead of f5, with the idea is to get the bishop to g6. But I ruled it out because of bishop d1, bishop f7, king g3, bishop g6, king f4, king e7, b4, king d6, bishop f3. That looks pretty. Looks like he can
It's
hold.
hard to do anything.
Holding, yeah.
Yeah. Just I think it's tough because I have to deal with those pawns on the queen side. But
So, tough draw,
Yeah.
definitely. And who are you playing tomorrow?
I don't know.
Oh, you don't know yet. Okay. So you're
always
playing it
do
one run at a time, huh?
I guess, yeah.
Very well. So we'll wish you, like to all other players, success in this tournament.
Thank you.
And we shall see you next time.
Yeah.
Okay,
Good
and
game,
on
man.
we go. I heard that there's another game drawn. Let's find out what game is also over, Ben.
Okay.
And we are going to search for that game. Let's see.
I'm guessing it's Jeffrey's game just from looking at the games. Although
Okay.
it could be Arthur Shen's game. So yeah,
Well, take a look. Click on something and we'll find out.
this is the game I thought might be drawn. Hey, I was right. It says drawn.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
'Cause we thought
Jeffrey
this was
must be
gonna
a bit
draw pretty
disappointed, I guess.
quickly, Yeah.
And yeah, well, before we analyze this game, I mean, we probably want to invite him at some point, right, to the studio?
Who? Can't we just like with the
Teleport
last guy,
again?
just have it materialize and teleport?
We'll consider that.
Yeah. Okay.
We'll consider
He's
that.
played in the tournament so many times. You'd think it would be pretty easy to.
It's
do
automatic for him to get
that.
here.
Yeah. He just sort of
That is right.
shows up here. Okay, so this is the first interesting position, I think.
Right, the
in the
first
game,
junction, whether to
yeah.
take with the queen or to take
So
with the pawn.
I'm gonna click my heels 3 times, and say, "Where's Jeffrey?"
3 times?
Yeah, and then I
Okay.
think he'll just appear.
All right.
Okay, I did 3 times. Hey, what do you know?
Okay. And is he here or not?
Maybe.
He
Hey,
is.
there he is.
Well, we're going to welcome
Very lucky.
Grandmaster-elect Jeffrey Xiong to the studio. Hi, Jeffrey.
Hi.
And
we
you
liked your
must,
position a lot. We thought you were doing well.
Yeah, I thought so too. But
yeah, we thought that you might be disappointed with the final result. At one point, we really, really liked it. Let's start from this key starting position.
So we were surprised by long castle. Is that the main move? We didn't know the theory.
I don't
behind
know
it.
either. Maybe G5 was more accurate.
I suggested G5, but I was getting scoffed at. So I get scoffed at a lot though for my G5 and B5.
You didn't like
suggestions.
G5?
Well, G5, we thought, I don't know, E5 or something.
Well, then Queen takes F4.
Queen takes
But there was
F4,
nothing.
Queen F4, G4, Knight E4, D5. Knight F6, King E7.
Huh.
So this is what Jeffrey is espousing. Were you saying here?
Well, maybe we can take on D6 at once, or
No, then I don't think.
then what?
I don't think Black's in trouble here.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, this just seems like.
Knight E4, F6, E5 is nothing?
What are you doing?
Well, what is black playing?
No, that we're not going to tell you.
Okay. Because I want to play Knight E4, so maybe...
Okay, but
But this seemed like it had to be your preparation because you played Knight F3 pretty quickly.
Okay, so
No,
we're not
this
going to
was-
ask what he prepared after G5.
Yeah, he's just waiting for the next guy to play G5.
Yeah.
That's what he was hoping.
Yeah.
Okay, so Castle surprised us, and we both liked your game here quite a bit.
Yeah, H4 King quite quickly.
We were
Yeah, we
very-
thought about all those moves.
Yeah, we were very
This
pleased.
move order or different. We actually didn't like the way black set up because D6 seemed really bad, but...
Were you
In
surprised?
retrospect, do you think G3 was the right move?
after the
Because
game,
somehow
no.
D5 he sprung out, so...
Yeah, D5 was good. I underestimated
So
it.
instead of G3, is there a substitute move?
Maybe if I played Knight B6 check, King B8, Bishop C4. Can he still play D5? No, here he can. So maybe this was the way to go.
Okay.
So
So let's
has to be nice for Wyatt.
okay. So let's go on with that game, and see if there was a key moment where something was missed. Takes. We still liked it.
Yeah, I don't think I can take his pawn.
No.
Can you take
So-
the pawn here? It's even worse.
Here I think he'll take on e3 and play rook e8, rook h8.
Yeah, his bishops suddenly look good. Because before
Those
they looked-
bishops that were very sleepy,
they
they're
look
all of a
so
sudden
good.
very awake.
Yeah.
Well, actually, go back a few moves. I can also play e5.
after d5.
Yeah, but here maybe. But he has no targets now, so he can play even queen b4 with the idea of bishop f8.
Right.
Yeah, so maybe d5 is close to
So probably-
equality.
So G3.
Yeah,
might
g3
have
is just a
been
waste of
arbitrary.
time.
So let's go forward to the point where after D5 very quickly because other games are ending, and
Yeah, I liked white here a lot, but you've only liked it a little. So it turned out.
Yeah, I admit rook c7 was very accurate. I think any other move, then I'm clearly better. But here, I don't think I have much.
yeah, so things got off very
Yeah, so
quickly
if
after
knight
knight
e5,
d4,
just
knight
knight
c5.
c6,
Yeah, of course. After that, of course, yeah. We were even wondering
Yeah,
why
if
he
black
didn't
played
bother to go
here,
d4.
It's not a good move.
Yeah, that was my trap, I think. I take on d4.
Okay, so I guess
Coming in,
yeah.
okay.
I know that this decisive results and players are coming soon.
Yeah,
So we're
this
going
was
to
in
let
the draw, right? Okay.
we're going to thank you, Jeffrey, and wish you like everybody else success
Thank
in
you.
the rest of the tournament. And yeah, let's take a look at the game that ended and see which game it is. Then can you find us?
I'm guessing it's this one. Wow, I got it right again. I can't see, but I
Okay.
can still guess. So it looks like Akshat won. Looks like he has some mate threat that can't be stopped. So let's go
Okay.
back and see what happened.
Let's see what happened.
Yeah. It didn't go very long. This was the last position we
So
saw.
after bishop g3,
They traded. Knight takes
Oh,
c4.
come on.
This move we didn't look at.
And where did he go? Knight.
Knight
Knight
f6.
f6.
We did look at knight f6, knight g4,
Of
but we
course,
had
but
the
no-
white knight on f3. That's pretty greedy. Knight takes c4 because your king is a little iffy.
Very,
Knight
very
e5,
ambitious.
knight g4. You have to take.
Holy moly.
Yeah, boy, that white king doesn't look so good.
Not at all. Queen
Yeah.
h4, g3, and bye-bye.
So trade queens? No, of course
check.
not. Wow. E3 is hanging, and the white king is really exposed. So this is a critical position, and probably he just had no time here.
Yeah, I don't know if white necessarily lost here, but
Yeah.
probably he was already running
Yeah,
out of
queen
time.
h6. Maybe he
Okay.
has to play queen g1.
Yes, maybe.
I mean, I can't let him take on e3 for nothing, so I have to do something about it. G3 threatening mate with queen f1,
Yep.
and then the same mate, but
And
queen
now
takes g1 check.
G1 and bye-bye.
And if you play rook on a to a1, rook f5, rook h5 is annoying.
Yeah. Okay.
Because this is the only way I see to stop mate, but I don't particularly like this
Okay,
either.
we're gonna take our next.
Wow.
We're gonna take our break right now, and we're gonna be back at the.
Come back with Akshat and see what happened.
Exactly. Find the truth from the mouths of the players. See you soon. We are back once more from the U.S. Junior Chess Championship here in the Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis. And we have another guest. Our first decisive results of the day. Chandra won with the black pieces against Luke Harmon-Vellotti. And we are going to discuss important points of the games with him. Let's bring the analysis board up, please.
Yeah, to me, this was the most important part of the game when he played a takes b5.
Yeah.
And I think the computer thought a takes b5 was better, but this was much sharper the way you played.
Yeah, AB5, I was worried about rook a7, and then some tricks with knight takes c4. Knight b6, something like d5 was annoying, so I wasn't really sure.
So very sharp and complicated with your king on e8.
Yeah, so I didn't want to go for that. I just wanted a castle.
Okay. So you liked your position like basically all along, or?
Yeah, I thought I was slightly better, but I'm definitely not close to winning yet.
Okay. And then this seemed like somewhat forced variation happened.
Yeah.
And you were pretty happy here as well.
Yeah, I felt like black's just much better here.
Yeah. And did Queen A3 surprise you, or that was?
Yeah, I didn't expect. I thought he'd play knight takes c4.
Uh-huh.
And then I was calculating some different ideas what I'll do.
So if you take with the queen, he takes on h2.
Yeah, I mean,
can't
that's
take
probably
with the pawn.
slightly better for black, but
Okay.
I'm not sure if I can win there. But yeah, I was calculating bishop g3 and some ideas to try to attack his king.
Did you talk to Luke after the game and query why you didn't play knight takes c4?
Oh, no, I didn't actually. I'll probably go ask him later.
Okay. So queen a3,
Yeah,
bishop g3, and you were pretty happy here.
Yeah, I thought I was winning now because if he plays bishop e7, I go rook e8, and if d5, queen e5 wins. So, and d5's hanging and e7's hanging. So
Yeah,
rook
everything's
e-
hanging.
Yeah, so yeah.
This king is hanging, it's all hanging. Yeah.
Yeah. So I felt like I must be winning now.
So he traded, and we we were using an engine, but we just thought knight f3 was a normal looking move.
Knight
And we
F3.
were like pretty
Knight
shocked
F6.
at knight c4 because king's
So
level.
knight can go left when there's.
If knight f6?
Yeah.
No, I mean after knight f3.
Yeah,
We
so
thought-
knight f6?
Right. Yeah, this is what we thought would happen.
Yeah, but that's probably his best chance, but still probably
We were
not.
still
Probably
like
cannot go
black.
queen
Yeah.
d6. Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Well,
see.
queen d6, you said
I
takes
said
a
we
knight
cannot
e4.
go
Yeah,
queen
right,
d6.
exactly.
Yeah, because of knight e4.
Right.
Right.
So knight takes c4 surprised us a bit, but I guess
Yeah.
he's just in a tough situation anyway.
Yeah.
And now his king is
Knight.
totally exposed.
Yeah.
And did he have any last chances, or was it easy from here?
I'm not sure, to be honest. Knight g4, I wasn't sure about it, but it felt right because it seemed like he just getting made. I mean, if I play knight e4, he goes queen c1. I mean, it's probably winning somehow, but there's no like forced mate because knight f2, king g1, and I have to just go back then. But so I figured knight g4 with the idea of taking with the f pawn should be
And your rook's
decisive.
active,
Yeah.
And your other rook got active.
Yeah, exactly.
It's
That
all
was
good.
important.
So we were overheard. I was talking with Luke, and then you were about the variation queen g1,
Yeah,
queen
now
f5.
queen f5,
and
and he
then
was saying
king
king h2. Yeah, it looks super risky, but maybe queen h5 and rook bf7. That should be just winning.
Somebody wants to play rook f3 check. Probably
Right.
you. Yeah.
Yeah, this looks just winning.
The king on g3 is not a good blockade.
Yeah.
We vote against it.
Yeah, this isn't fun.
Yeah.
And this is, as Yasser would say, a free attack. You didn't sacrifice anything. I'm trying to figure out what black sacrificed to get this, but he didn't sacrifice anything.
Yeah, that's just
He
loses.
sacrifices extra pawn.
Yeah. Okay, so queen h6, g3, man, that looked tough.
Right. Yeah.
Just over,
Yeah,
right?
he said he missed. He was gonna play e4. Sorry, rook g1, rook bf7. He was gonna play e4, but he missed. Then he realized
Queen
queen
takes
g1.
G1.
Yeah.
So
And rook a1, rook f5
rook
is what
f5
we
and
saw.
rook h5. Yeah, and
Yeah.
then just win the.
Yeah, our non-computer analysis has been okay.
Yeah, not bad, not
Yeah,
bad.
not terrible, yeah.
Still have it. Well, we're going to wish you congratulations, first of all, for your victory.
Thank you.
And good luck for the rest of the tournament.
Sure. Yeah.
And I heard that all the rest of the games have ended.
Wow.
We have one more decisive result with a guest coming very shortly. Rufang Lee won his game.
I think he drew. I think I wonder won. I mean,
Really?
I think Yan Liu won.
Yeah, Yan Liu should have won. Yeah.
Then the report that I got, the
Wow.
little birdie whispered,
These things can happen.
okay, we will find out very shortly.
Yeah.
Let's go for the next game.
Okay.
First of all, put another board on while we are looking. Here we go. Okay, this is... Okay,
I
this
think
is
the
still
game
the
that
final
was, the game
position
that was,
from the...
right, the game that was still going there, I wasn't sure the result was this one.
Okay.
Okay, this obviously
so in
ended.
a second we'll see what happens.
No, obviously White's winning here.
So,
Yeah. So
yes,
this is
extra
that was the
piece.
game we wasn't sure about. Right.
Okay, so that's A1.
Right. Now this game is
So-
game number 2. So it would be this one. This is your game.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, let's go back because this was a very confusing game because we thought White was really winning, and then we thought White maybe wasn't winning, and then White won easily. So it was a very it was tricky for us. Maybe
it was a
easy for
seesaw
you.
game for us, and maybe
it was
a
easy for you.
straightforward
But this
game
was
for you.
there was so much to this game. If we go back,
Okay.
so so did you prepare for D5?
Well,
Yes.
let's before we ask questions, how about we'll say who is with us?
Yeah. This
And we
is
have international
let me see-
master
let me see. Do you have
Jan
ID
Liu.
on you, sir?
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
Jan
good.
Liu from California, I am. And
Played in
he
this
won his
tournament
game
before.
against
Yeah.
Arthur Shen.
Yeah.
Yes. And let's discuss this very wild Sicilian.
No, hold on. Before we discuss the game, weren't you playing Blitz with Arthur last night?
Yes.
And this was the preparation you guys did?
No, he
you
wasn't.
Didn't play any of this? Okay.
No.
So this is still your preparation?
Yes.
Seemed like you were playing pretty quickly.
Yeah.
And he was not playing quickly.
Yeah. So I.
Okay. And B5 is your prep also?
No.
Yeah, we were-
After C3, I think C3 was what I prepared, but I wasn't really sure.
Okay. So
And then
play
after-
quickly and confidently and see what happens.
Well, I knew until move 12, and then
Okay.
I was kind of on my own.
Okay.
So we were actually surprised that you didn't play C4 here, but then after you played F5, it seemed like you were really doing well.
Right, it's hard to argue with such a good variation.
Yeah, I
we
mean,
were
you
looking
just
at
were F5 and
C4,
F3.
knight D7, knight B3,
Ah.
with the idea of C5, queen C7, C5.
Yeah, this is what we were looking
We
at
tried
mostly
to
with C4, but
disrupt
it seemed
Knight
like what you...
D7? Or
Yeah, this is what we were looking at.
Knight B3.
Yeah.
Queen C7,
And then
now
Aviv wanted
C5.
to play C5.
Bishop D5. I don't know, but
That's a good
Right.
square for the bishop.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I can't really.
No, but I mean, the way you played with F5 and FE, we actually have another question
worth
for you.
analyzing.
It was very interesting for us. We thought you had another good way of playing. In this position, did you consider F6, and what do you think about that move?
I did not calculate F6.
Yeah, we weren't sure how to play black exactly. We were sort of puzzled.
Take
Well, I
queen
took a little
d6.
peek
What's
at the
that?
computer.
Take on. I don't
Yeah,
know.
and Queen D6. I
Queen
think this is-
d6, and I could not see.
We were worried about this, weren't we? Without
We
a
were,
computer.
but somehow I don't know. I just had a small glance while we were looking at the F5.
Okay. And black is almost okay?
And it was like 0.4.
But the way he played was more.
It's a lot more than 0.4.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, I was like, well, maybe maybe what you did was better. And
I
what
couldn't
you did-
calculate this.
What you did was really good, yeah. Okay, so, yeah, it seems like b5, b4, maybe that wasn't the right plan for black.
I don't really know what black is supposed to do.
Yeah, because you got a really strong position here. So my question is, in this position, again, we don't have computers, but why doesn't he take the pawn on f7? Is
That's
that
what I
the
was
dangerous
wondering.
one?
That's what I was wondering.
I was shocked when he took on e5, and I was like, maybe there's some trick I don't see.
Yeah, I
But
thought
I
he
was
would take
like-
on f7. I'm like,
I was like, wow, that pawn on f7 is pretty strong,
yeah.
And we were guessing that he was hoping that F7 will somehow fall anyways,
which it did.
which it did, but...
Yeah, here we thought it was over. I didn't see rook d7. What you were expecting to win here, I assume. Pretty quickly?
I think I saw rook d7,
Yeah.
but I thought I'd have to grind this out.
Okay, so our next question is, probably our last one before the end game. What happens if you defend your pawn? Does he play e3 and get counterplay? Like
didn't-
rook f1, bishop c4?
Yeah, I did not want queens on the board. That's it.
Because you were afraid your king on g1 was...
Yes.
And you thought you had good chances to win this end game.
It was. I'm not sure if it's a draw or not, but it seemed very pleasant.
But this way your king's not exposed and you don't have
Yeah.
anything to worry about. Okay. And that's what happened. And it's just, okay, your king on g1 now, it doesn't matter. There's no attack on your king, and you have a
Yeah.
majority on the queen side. So it's just more pleasant for you.
Yeah, I'm not sure if this is objectively a draw. It seems very difficult to play.
Okay, and then your king walks up. That's always nice.
I think at this point it was over though. So
Yeah, it looked like when we came back from break and we were looking outside that you're just winning here.
yeah,
Wait, could he have played king e5 instead of g5 and not allow king d4?
yeah, that's what
That
I
would
thought.
have been
he would-
better.
I thought he would play king e5.
Yeah.
I'll probably just go a5.
You can, yeah, you can, a5, b5, and yeah, there you go. That looks tough for
Okay.
black.
Move the
Well,
pawns.
that-
Can you
I
do
know
it?
it
Can you
looks-
do it just with the bishop just not moving from b7?
Well, yeah, but that looks tough.
But then
That looks like, no, I'll play a6 and bishop d7 to see it to b7, yeah?
Explain one more time.
So I'll go here.
Oh, and then b5. Right.
Yeah, I don't know, and we'll cheat by moving, by not doing much for you. I'll just show you my plan. And then I want to go here and
Right.
here
Yeah,
and
yeah,
here.
yeah, sure.
Yeah, you agree?
Yeah.
Because you're
That's
better
what I was
than me,
thinking.
so okay, good. You
Yeah.
played the game.
So the outside passer is still.
Man, that's
deciding.
looking good, yeah. So at least he tried to fix the pawns on the right color. Maybe he gets to some bishop in the wrong color.
Oh, if you got to
pawn.
play king e5 then.
Yeah. Yeah, this just seems like
this is
it's
still
just routine, yeah. You just
Yeah.
have to make sure you don't get into one of these drawn endgames.
that's what
where-
I was worried
Where
about.
like it's the wrong colored bishop and all that, yeah. Which he could do now, but his king's on a5.
Yeah,
so
just
that's-
one tempo too.
So that's not very scary.
Just by one tempo.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Holy cow.
Yep. Yeah, this is the last chance for him to do it, but it doesn't work.
Yeah.
G5, then you can't do it anymore.
Yeah.
So very nice. So that was a fun game. You got to play f4 and g4, and then
Yeah.
you played sort of positionally.
Yeah.
Then you went back to attacking,
Yeah.
and you won a positional endgame.
Yeah.
You tricked us on every count. Very good.
Okay.
Keeping the spectators on
Very
their toes.
impressive. Yes.
Yeah.
And the commentator.
The commentators, I meant, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Well.
nice to win your first game, and
Yeah.
it looks like
Congratulations for your victory,
nice
thank
game
you.
too.
and congratulations for the rest of the event.
Yeah.
I'm
thank
sure
you.
we'll see more of you here.
Yep.
Yeah.
And if you can shift to the A Wonders game.
Yeah, let's have a look
A
and
one
see
is
the
game.
last game. So what do we have? 3 decisive games today?
Yes, A Wonder won his game, and he is going to be
Boy,
our
was
next
he
guest.
squeezing and squeezing and squeezing.
Yes.
Yeah, that was no fun for
And
Black.
at one time we thought that maybe he took too much time, but I think that he is.
Yeah, I think he was
in
just
control.
having fun.
Yeah. So, go back on the analysis board a little bit to the first relevant moment, which is probably very early, right? Because after.
Well, yeah, I want to look at Queen A5 for a second.
Well, even before, right? Didn't we say we want to play knight e2 and bishop g5 and see if that was
When?
at the very opening? Move 5 and 6.
what are we
Move
doing?
6. And then there, yeah, play 2 moves. Yeah. Someone run here. We weren't sure if this was before knight d7.
Yeah?
Actually, e5 is a mistake. After bishop g5, I think I'm better.
Okay,
No,
so
I don't disagree with you either.
let's
yeah.
first introduce our guest, two-time world youth champion A Wonder Liang. Welcome to the studio, A Wonder, and congratulations for your victory.
Thanks.
And let's talk a little bit about the game. You think that e5 is a mistake already after no g2?
I think, like, theoretically, it's not that good.
But
Because
like,
bishop g5 immediately.
yeah, well, it's a trick after knight g2. He can't really play e5. With the bishop on e3, it's more difficult.
Right.
Right.
No, I agree. With bishop on g5, you want your opponent to play e5. Yeah.
That's right. That's what we
In
said
fact,
before.
when I played the Samish way before you were born, usually it's just before you were born. But here,
Way before you were born.
before you were born, I used to play bishop g5 on move, what, 6, 5, 1, 2, 3, move 6.
Yeah.
Instead of bishop e3 or knight e2. And then when they play e5, then you're really happy.
Yeah, well,
that way they
they
don't do
just
that
lose.
then. You haven't played the guys that I've been playing. Yeah, this just seemed nice for White. And it seemed like Black's plan of c6, queen a5 is just good for you. You really liked your position. Yeah, we were like shocked that he took on d5 and took on d2. We just thought like it's, but maybe it's
Yeah.
already just bad for him.
Well, I think he's kind of forced to do that because other lines like didn't seem too good.
Even worse. Yeah, d6 is just incredibly weak.
I mean, the endgame is pleasant. It's not like immediately winning, but it's just like very pleasant. And like I can always press, so.
So one question I had was, in this position, what were you going to do if you? Well, to me, a6 was
A waste of move.
really slow because g4 seemed really strong to me. But
Knight f6
Yeah, I was
immediately.
thinking knight f6 was fours.
Knight f6, then knight b5, I thought.
Knight b5. Wait, now it's getting king's Indian tricky, isn't
With
it?
like knight c7. I'm winning in exchange. He has
Because you have a7.
he has compensation. Like I think I was
Yeah.
looking at bishop f5,
Mm-hmm.
and after knight takes 8, rook takes 8. I wasn't sure what to do, but I mean I figured once I got to this position there probably was something here.
Well,
because
I
I'm just up
don't
in
like
exchange.
black, but I think I take
Maybe
black here
g4
over
and
the game.
then. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, well I mean black has chances, although
Yeah, d5 is attacked, and the king on d2 might get checked once. It's possible. I might even check him. No, the game I really liked for white, so I was trying to figure out some tricky stuff to do. We thought you were just going to play safe and solid, but maybe the winning the exchange is a good idea. After a6, g4, we didn't see a lot of
We
play
really
for
didn't
black.
like black's position.
My favorite comment of the day was, in this position, we were expecting bishop d8, and I was like, well, black could play b5, and he was like, b5, what's the worst? Nobody ever played b5. Then we left and came back, and he played b5. So we were very happy about that. So
Did you consider playing a4
yeah,
immediately?
Aviv wanted you to play a4.
well I mean my idea was that like he could never threaten b4, and so that's
Yeah.
why I wanted just to keep it that way.
Yeah, he won the game his own way, because it seemed like everything was good for white. Yeah,
Although
this-
maybe a4 was possible.
yeah, b5 is really weakening c6 and c7. We really liked your position here. And you really liked your position also.
Yeah, I guess so.
You were very happy. Yeah, now all the games were ending. They all ended at the same time to make it difficult for us.
So we
Now
missed everything.
we
that
talked to
happened.
the other juniors. Every 20 minutes a game should end. If you see a game end, just wait. Okay, and then you guy can resign. Your opponent can resign. Then you can interview everybody, not all at the same time. So yeah, we were like, wow, Wonder's doing great. Look at this great position he has. And then all the other games started ending, so we didn't have a chance to look after here. But
So he traded.
boy, we didn't like your opponent's position at all.
Especially
Now,
knight
we had a
f5.
special guest in the audience, Mike Hummer, who's the assistant arbiter, and he was expecting you to win before the game. And when he saw your king on d2, he was very upset. He's like, oh, his king's on d2. And we're like, Mike, it's good for white. It's okay. So we were like, nah, he's got a great position. So we allayed his fears. Okay. And what were you thinking here? You're thinking the win's a matter of time, or still a lot of work to do?
Well, I mean, there's still some work to do, but like the knight on f8, for example, is a very bad piece. Like all I have to do is like open up the position a bit, and like this knight on f8 is just gonna like show he's practically down a piece.
So this is just no fun for black.
Yeah, here he might actually be defending, but then because like it's kind of like a fortress, but then I figured like knight on g4, and also we're getting time pressure, and so like it's
There's just nothing for black to do. He has to sit and wait for you to come
exactly yeah.
in. And you found this knight g4 idea?
And here, like, black has to keep his knight on d7 to defend against knight of 6, and it's just, like, really bad. And, like, here black is just dead because
Yeah, your
he
rook's
can't defend
infiltrating.
e5 and f6 at the same time.
Yeah, that's what Aviv would say, 2 weaknesses.
That's right.
That's why Jeffrey didn't win.
That's
Only
right.
one
Only
weakness.
one weakness, though.
He said one weakness, white won't win. But here, you're
Two weakness-
infiltrating
too many
on both sides.
weaknesses.
Yeah, too many.
Yeah.
Well, this is, I said about 15 minutes before your game ended, if you win, it's very Karpov-like, but only if you win. So now it's very Karpov-like. 'cause you
No, but
won.
it's a really nice game, you
Yeah,
know?
yeah, it's a lot of fun to have
Really
white.
If I
too.
draw, it's like Anderson.
There you go. Ooh, don't tell Jacob that. Yeah, okay. So knight takes and resigns. So king takes bishop g4 check, rook takes, bishop takes b5 looks good.
Or rook takes
along
c8.
with
Yeah.
bishop, rook takes just hangs the knight. Yeah, even better than taking all the pawns and queening.
Definitely.
So yeah, very unpleasant game for black. That was your first game ever in a U.S. Junior Championship.
Yes.
And well, you've played here before, but have you played it? Have you come down to the studio like this before? Is this the first time?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. And what do you think?
It looks very professional.
Yeah. So far, so good in the tournament.
Yeah. Yes.
Leading.
They need a Fisher Prize so that a Wonder can try to go 9-0.
That's right.
Yeah.
I think it's not too late.
Yeah.
to
Okay.
offer
We'll
it.
talk to Rex in the next interview, and we'll say, "Do you want to put a Fisher Prize in?"
Yeah, we'll put him on the spot right here.
That's right.
Sitting right
See
in
what
the
happens.
seat.
I think if we get him in round 3 or 4, nobody has a perfect score. He
Yeah.
might agree.
Of course, if he doesn't like it, he might not see us the next day.
That's also
So
possible.
We have to think about
Yeah.
that as well.
Yeah.
So
Well, very
we
nice
congratulate
victory.
you. A fine
Thank
victory, really very Karpovian style. We're going to wish you more luck in the rest of the tournament. Perhaps we'll see you here again. And who are you playing tomorrow? Do you know offhand?
Nobody knew so far.
I'm really not sure. I'll
Yeah,
check
nobody
online.
knows.
Everybody says the same
I
thing.
think I'm playing Mika Britain, I think, but
Okay.
like I'm not entirely sure.
Okay, we will find out. And let's see any games that ended that we haven't seen yet. Oh, we can see the players one more time, the players list.
Yeah, actually, I have the pairings here for round
All the
2
games.
also.
Yeah, and also please talk about the standings.
Yeah, sure. So we had 3 decisive games today. We had, we had a draw in Jeffrey Xiong's game with Micah Britain, and we had another draw in Rufeng Li and Michael Bodak. So those are the 2 draws. We had 3 winners today. We have a 3-way tie for first. Akshat Chandra won with black against Luke Harmon-Vellotti. Jan Liu won against Arthur Shen in a really interesting game where there was attack and then positional and then attack and then a positional endgame.
Well, he was in total control, and only we were confused.
Exactly. And Wonder Liang just won a brilliant Karpovian style
Beautiful,
game.
beautiful, easy
making
to
you very
relate to.
confident for Greece. Yeah.
Absolutely.
He plays like that.
Oh, it's beautiful.
That was,
I would have
uh,
loved to have played a game like this myself. Really.
Yeah, that was and his first game ever in U.S. Junior Championship. Very nice. So a Wonder and Jan Liu and Akshat Chandra tied for first, a 3-way tie for first. 3 out of 5 decisive games, very good.
And tell us what we're expecting tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow Akshat Chandra is white against Karan Han. Mika Britain is white against Wonder Liang.
As you
was
said
right.
correctly, yes.
Yep. And Michael is white against I'm sorry.
Against Jeffrey.
Michael Bodak is white against Jeffrey Xiong. Arthur Shen is white against Rufeng Li. I almost said Victor Shen, but I caught myself. And Luke Harmon-Vellotti is white against Jan Liu. So we have every round's going to be tough. The rounds are start at 1 o'clock Central Time. Our coverage starts at 12:50, 10 minutes before the round.
With a
And we'll
preview?
give updates and that. And hopefully tomorrow we'll have some puzzles to show the people. And we're going to have a lot of interesting games every day, lots of decisive games, and good interviews with the players. The players seem pretty happy so far with the venue, even the ones who we were outside, saw the ones who didn't win, but they were very interested in the game.
Yeah, there's a lot
anyway.
of chess to be played, right?
Yeah, nobody
And we like
seemed
this
unhappy.
ratio of three decisive games with a maximum of 2 draws.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, that'll be a typical day, I think.
I hope so.
So tune in tomorrow, everybody. We'll be back at 12:50 Central Daylight Time. And if you want to follow us, go to uschesschamps.com to watch me and Aviv and to see all the standings, games, and pairings, prize money, and other information. And we should be back tomorrow, and we'll see you then.
Until then, bye-bye.